Good evening. I would like to call this meeting of the Newington Board of Education to order for Wednesday, May 6, 2026. The time is 7:03 p.m. Please rise for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Deb, would you please call the roll?
Mary Beecher.
Here.
John Halloran.
Here.
Lois Alexi.
Here.
Here.
Annie Karate.
Here.
Sam Sharma.
Here.
Ryan Steele.
We're here.
Dr. Gail Stanton.
Here.
Dr. Weaver.
Here.
Everybody's here.
Thank you. Our first item of business is a resolution honoring our school administrators. Resolution honoring school administrators, May 1st, 2026. Whereas May 1st, 2026 has been proclaimed as Newington School Administrators Day, and whereas the Newington Public School Administrators are qualified and dedicated professionals who have a positive impact on students, staff, and parents. And whereas the Newington Public School Administrators provide leadership and are committed to providing the best education and productive learning environments for students. And whereas the Newington Public School Administrators set the tone and provide vision, mentorship, and support that empowers teachers to excel in the classroom. And whereas the Newington Public School Administrators contribute to the success of the entire school system and are willing to go above and beyond whenever necessary to ensure the success and well-being of all students and staff. Therefore, we do hereby proclaim May 1st, 2026 as Newington School Administrators Day. Be it resolved that we urge all the citizens of our community to join with us in actively expressing gratitude to Newington administrators on this very special day. Be it further resolved that the Secretary of the Newington Board of Education is directed to spread this resolution upon the minutes of this meeting and to provide a suitable copy for presentation. Here it is. And we have none in the room. However, we do have some of our lovely administrators online.
We do. I don't know if any of them, we've got Alex Heslin, Annelle Singleton, Seth Korn, Michelle Kellogg are all in the
Does anybody want to accept or recognize yourselves? Sorry, I'm trying to log into the meet, so I'm like not able to see.
I'd be happy to accept.
Hey, thank you.
And I just want to say how nice it is to work for such a great district. And I want to thank you for recognizing and honoring us tonight.
You are so welcome. Okay.
Danielle is the Assistant Director for Special Education at the middle school level.
I'll also say a quick hello. This is Alexandra Heslin. I'm the Assistant Director at the elementary level. And I just wanted to thank the board for acknowledging us and supporting us in all that we do. It's always an exciting day and a challenging day when we show up to work. And our days never end, but it is rewarding every moment of every day. So thank you for everything.
Thank you, Alex. Only online. That's it. Anyone else?
Yes, see a few others online, but perhaps they're not.
And everyone else who's being shy, we appreciate you too. Okay, and now we have recognition for our mentors and mentees, which I will turn over to Mr. Dias.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's certainly a privilege to celebrate our mentors and mentees for this year. As we celebrate Teacher Appreciation Week, it's the perfect time to recognize our veteran educators who ensure our district's future remains bright. During the 2025-2026 school year, we are fortunate to have 34 veteran teachers dedicated to supporting our new staff. That includes 14 formal mentors who expertly guided beginning teachers through the rigorous State of Connecticut team program modules, as well as 20 informal mentors who stepped up to provide the essential daily guidance and encouragement that helps a new teacher truly thrive. These 34 mentors represent the very best of our profession, educators who not only manage their own classrooms with excellence, but also find the time to shepherd their peers. To our formal and informal mentors, thank you for your leadership, your generosity, and your commitment to making our district a place where new teachers can grow into master educators. We're incredibly grateful for the extra hours and heart you have poured into this school year.
Do we have any mentors in the room? Hi, Miss Tony. How are you doing? Thank you. Do you want to speak? Oh. She said no. Thank you so much. Okay, no one else? It is definitely a large group of people, so I appreciate all of you. And then finally, and then I'll turn it over to board comments. We have our recognition for our student representatives who are here in the room, Abby and Danny. And so yes, we have special awards for you for participating in the Newington Board of Education meetings and leadership within the school community and for demonstrating exemplary leadership skills. To both of you.
Yeah.
Quick pick. Oh, elections are tomorrow. You're not running again like Abby did?
Yes.
Would you? Sure.
I think I can speak for me and Danny when I say we're really grateful to have this opportunity to get to speak with all of you and get to talk to you every month. I think it's really cool just to come in and see how things work from your guys' perspective. And I'm just really grateful that you've been so willing to hear us out and hear our perspective over the last couple of years. Just knowing that you guys really care is something that's really impactful, and it made me want to come back for a second.
Obviously, I can't put it all into words, but you guys are so great. You give us so many opportunities, and we're so thankful for that. And I wish we can express it more, but we're grateful we have the opportunity to be here at these meetings and speak to you guys. So thank you to all the board. Thank you to the administrators, especially Ms. Tigno, who's always receiving her late night emails before presentations. Ms. Batista, who's recording us as we speak. And then also just all the people that come to board meetings and listen to Newington Public Schools and voice their concerns and their recognitions and all the greatness that happens here.
Thank you so much. We'll be hearing from you later. Okay, board comments. Who wants to go? Mr. Holleran.
I'll start with the school administrators. I think that it's just me, is my voice super loud tonight, right?
Why are you
Yeah,
yelling?
it's because I'm feeling well. I got my soul back. Anyways, the school administrators, I think to an outside person looking in, school is somebody teaching a group of children. I think from the inside looking out, you realize that it is a massively complex organization in business. There's a lot of moving parts that's always under scrutiny from both state, federal, and the people of the town. And it is really, really tricky to navigate some of those waters sometimes. We could not do that without the administrators. We could not offer the quality of education that we can offer without our administrators. So I often see them as like the stage crew. They're not in front of the class, but they're making everything happen behind the curtain. And that's what we need. We can't do it without them. I don't know what else to say about mentors and mentees. There is no way to learn a better lesson in life than to have somebody guide you through it. It is a selfless act to mentor. You are giving yourself and your knowledge to somebody else and hoping that they thrive. To be a mentee, it's a wonderful opportunity to take everything that you know and apply it to practice, and then have somebody to ask. I think I've seen a lot of fruits from that labor of the mentorship program. I think that it speaks volumes, especially for new teachers coming into our school system, and to understand what it means to be as part of our NPS culture. And lastly, I hate this one because I like you guys. Our student reps, I hate that it's your last meeting. I do like that you dressed very fancy for tonight. I'm assuming that's the reason. You put in the work. I've always said that our student reps tend to represent the best of what we have in NPS, and you do. It is constantly working, trying to fit things in, trying to get schedules, trying to think about the future. And I think up to this point, maybe not this point, but a little earlier, life can seem very linear. Cause and effect. You do this and then this happens. Once you start to enter adulthood, you realize that it's not really a river, it's an ocean, and it's very gray, and you have to navigate things, and there's no real easy decisions. And having you be part of this table, you're able to see some of what those decisions are. It's the whole reason critical thinking is such an important skill that we teach in our schools, because you need that to be able to have worthwhile conversations with a lot of different people that yields the best results you possibly can do. I have no concerns, especially you, Abby. I know you're going out to college, that you will be successful whatever you want to do, as long as you put your mind to it. Dan, I hope you're back next year. I know where you go to school. I'll make sure you come back. You are constantly doing plays and shows and tests and homework, and this is another thing on top of all of that, and you handle it with such grace. Make sure that the rest of the world knows it when you get out there. Appreciate you guys.
Thank you. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Holland's voice is back with a bang. All right. First off, to our administrators, thank you so much for what you do. I think from the school level all the way up to district office, watching some of my friends get their 092s, who have been able to kind of foray into that, looking at just the complexity of what our education landscape has changed so much in the last years, and particularly my experience always with administrators. When I went through the school system, when Ms. Tigno was just an assistant principal, now she's principal. I also want to say, I don't know if we've ever acknowledged, but just want to acknowledge the passing of Mr. Wanker that happened earlier this year, but was a super huge mentor for me going through high school. And I think Sean put it very well. It's the people that, as students we interact with that aren't necessarily in the classroom that are there. And I think as we see more and more of the need, particularly on the special ed side, thank you to those still on, Danielle and Alex and the team there, under Marlena, I think, those are certainly areas that we're seeing just increased need. And we notice the need and the capacity that is continually added onto your shoulders. So thank you for what you do day in and day out. To the mentor and mentees, this is one of my favorite programs to talk about every year, because I always say it's like the NFL list. It's like your best first string that you can get. It's like the NFL All-Stars. It's like literally the best rock stars of teachers that are the mentors, and then to see the new mentees that are amazing rock stars too, and just to see the interaction, and knowing my sister has gone through this in her first year up in Windsor, and seeing that interaction that she's had, just knowing the work that it takes from both sides to be able to really acclimate. And again, particularly where we're in this this era of all these things coming down onto the school systems, and trying to, I think, solve a lot of problems at the school level, is a really difficult task. Teachers and administrators and everyone in the school system, school and all of staff, it's a lot more, I think, than it has been in the past. And so to try and solve for all the SEL work, all the academic work, all of just the holistic child that is coming through, to get that portrait of a graduate, to tackle that, I think is one thing, but then to help the next generation of teachers be able to learn and get more efficient and more adaptable to these things is just another added responsibility, but also a true honor to see that you guys still do that. So congratulations to everyone that continues to go through that. Thank you so much for continuing to participate in that, and always good luck to our mentees that will become mentors, I know, very soon. And lastly, to our incredible student reps. Hi. I feel like every year
it just keeps like upping. I just want to reiterate, like, my best friend none of us wanted to do student board of ed rep. We're like, we don't even know what that is. In student council, I was like, yeah, I'd rather be like treasurer. I'm not going to do that. And we used to like she used to have a little desk in the corner in the old Helen Nelson room in the old town hall. And it was kind of like a sad situation, but to see everyone come up, you guys now do these extensive presentations, which is really just nice to see the visuals, to see all the student shout outs and the highlights, and to see, and I love how you guys are like, oh, this happened, and don't even mention that you've been involved in all of it, like every play, every musical, all of these things, and to see you guys, and I know Abby like just came back from a DECA competition and killed it. And also got into Quinnipiac and is going there. Spoiler alert, sorry. Okay. Guys, it's out there. But I think what's really great to see, and Danny as well, is just to see how much effort and work you guys put in to be the best representation of Newington Public Schools and a role model, I think, for other students. I think one of the things we're always trying to do is ask more questions, get the student voice, particularly as I get older. I'm like, I am not the hip kid anymore. So I am not tapped into like what everyone is feeling and what you're currently going through. So we really do appreciate your perspective on all these things and your honesty and your ability to kind of bring it all and even go down to the middle school and get that, and your aspirations to continue to create new clubs, to highlight different clubs, to highlight the different things that are going on that I think, frankly, not everyone from this board, but also the community doesn't necessarily know about. So those that watch at home, you guys are amazing shining stars, and I can't wait until you are at the other end of this table someday, right here. You can't take your name tags home, I promise. But just congratulations to you both for all that you've accomplished, and I really want to just express my gratitude for all the effort that you do, because honestly, like, you do need to sleep. So, and you come and like sit through all of this, and then you're like, sorry, I got to go to my next event after this. Usually, or you're like, it's playtime, or I have to go to this sporting event. Just to see that is just incredible. So I do hope you nap one day, but until then, thank you for all that you do.
Miss Beatrice? Oh, boy.
There we go. I do want to recognize and thank all of our mentors, mentees, and our admin, and especially our student reps. I hear common themes, and those themes are leadership, their responsibility, and caring for our community. And that's something that all of our groups that we've recognized tonight share in common. Our leadership, our admin team, we couldn't do the things that we need to do and meet our student needs without their strong leadership and guidance. Of course, mentors and mentees, that goes without saying. I know in my career development, I wouldn't be where I am today without the helpful guidance and caring of people who took me under their wing along the way. And hopefully I am able to continue to do so for people that have come after me in my job. But when I see our young student reps, I am so proud of you guys. I am so proud of what you're going to do going forward. Your sense of community, responsibility, hard work, diligence, but especially caring and fun comes out every single time you guys are with us. And so we are so excited every time to see you. We are so grateful for the work and effort that you put in, and that your love of our school community shows every single time you guys take your seats. So thank you so much for all that you do.
Mr. Sharma?
I just want to quickly thank all the admins. I mean, being a teacher, I know how it is. I mean, it's stressful. You're on your walkie-talkie, running around all day. I want to thank all the mentors and the mentees. I mean, I'm a new teacher, so I have a mentor, so couldn't do it without them. And of course, like Abby and Dan, thank you so much.
Dr. Stanley?
Yes, I would just also like to recognize all the admin. Your service and commitment does not go unnoticed on a day-to-day basis. For the mentors, wow, what kind of responsibility you take for this unpaid work. And I know the mentees absolutely appreciate it, because you don't know the little details of a new job until you actually get your feet wet. And it's nice to have somebody that you can run things by and just get a quick answer. And it means the whole world to those mentees. And then Abigail and Daniel, thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure to have you guys here. And Abigail, good luck. I know you're going to be successful in all your endeavors. And Daniel, have a good summer and like come back, okay? Don't enjoy it too much because you're going to be back here, right? And so thank you guys.
Thank you. Yeah, just Mary said, you know, everyone that we're honoring tonight is a leader and like, just like you said, is super important. So we're very grateful to have all of our leaders in the district, from our administrators to our students. Very important job. And of course, our mentors. So yeah, I will now turn it over to our presentation, Ed Rising. Ms. Tegno is not here, but
Yes, Ms. Tigno had an unexpected obligation, but Ms. Batista has joined us with members of her Ed Rising program. And as they're assembling at the head of the table, I just want to thank Ms. Batista because ever since she has taken over this program with support from our HCD office, she has grown it beautifully. And you are looking at some future leaders at the head of the table. I'm sorry, future teachers rather. And Ms. Foy is joining us as well because she has been intimately involved with this Ed Rising program as well. So it's definitely a team effort, but I'm thrilled to turn the mic over to Ms. Batista and her students to give us a little more of a sense of what this program's all about and basically growing some of our future teachers.
thank you.
Testing. Okay. I'm comfortable speaking in front of 3 billion students, but in front of adults and the community, I'm like, oh my gosh, what do I say? My name is Elsa Batista. I'm an educator. I've been teaching for 20 years, taught in New York City for 15, St. Mary's 2, and 13 here in Newington Public School. I'm also a resident of Newington. And I have 2 boys. Christian is a sophomore now who graduated from Newington High School. He's a sophomore in college 2 years ago. And Nico, my younger son, is a junior, so I'm excited. So Elsa Batista, Spanish teacher at Newington High School. And I'll introduce my students.
Hello, everyone. My name is Catherine DiNapoli, but I do prefer Kasha. I am a sophomore at Newington High School. I'm the vice president of Ed Rising, and I'm a aspiring secondary ed history teacher. Hello, everyone. My name is Isabella Polanco. I'm also a sophomore here at Newington High School, and I am aspiring to be a world language teacher.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Thomas DiNapoli. I am a senior at Newington High School. I am the president of the Ed Rising chapter, and I'm an aspiring social studies educator.
And they'll come back later to answer some questions. So our goal, the chapter has existed. We have about 44 chapters of Educators Rising in Connecticut. The numbers are still growing. Some are clubs, and a lot of them are both clubs and courses offered at different high schools. Our goal at Newington High School is to create a pathway for educators, future educators. I've been teaching in the district for 13 years, and I can tell you the amount, well, I can't tell you the numbers, but there's a lot of students that I see coming back to teach, to sub, who later on figure out that whatever career they went to college for was not the right fit, but teaching and coming back home is. So it's kind of a grow your own program, Educators Rising, under the leadership of PDK International. And we're lucky to have the club in our school, and our goal is to make it a pathway, like biomed and business. We could go to the next slide. Okay, sorry, I didn't bring my readers. And we do have a curriculum for Ed Rising, and just the foundation of our students will be learning the foundation of education through the curriculum, the essential practices, and we want to give our students opportunities to earn ECE credits, to be able to also, especially for our upperclassmen, to be able to carry those credits into college. Develop student leadership. The students behind me have competed for the past 2 years at different different universities. We've been to Wesleyan, we've been to CCSU and Southern for workshops, leadership conferences, and they compete with other students across Connecticut. And our first year, we didn't compete. We started with 2 students. We had 11 this year, And so the club is growing. And bridging the representation gap. Students, if they can see themselves in you, whether it be your personality, the way you look, the way you sound, the way you treat others, they want to be able to give that back and reflect themselves in the teachers they see and the adults they see. I have a young lady right now. She's not a young, she's a young adult. She's a special ed teacher at Martin Kellogg Middle School. Janaya Marquez, she was an 8th grade student of mine not too long ago. She taught in Hartford. We did a video, and now she's back with us. So I'm just so those are little examples, and you're going to see a video of another young man who's working at the high school now of growing our own. And now this is a rough draft. Thanks to, I want to just say thank you to Kim Davies, Talisha Foy, and Kristen Freeman, who have from Central Office have been, and Dr. Brumett and Ms. Tignall, who have supported us. And so our goal, this is what the trajectory will look like, that require foundational classes for some students and the credits. Some of the choice electives that some of them already exist at the high school. We just condense them into our pathway, but students can still take them for other reasons. And the capstone experience where we taught If You Love It, Teach It a few years ago, and we'll just bring it back because we still have the curriculum. And I think it's a partnership with UConn, and we'll just reopen those doors. Next slide. Okay, so part of, I love being an educator, but outside of teaching at Newington High School, I'm also part of other wonderful committees to promote the education, to promote the career. I'm part of, I was fortunate to be a Newington District Teacher of the Year in 2021, which, you know, you don't feel worthy because I teach among amazing people. And then I made it to Connecticut State semifinals. I'm part of the Connecticut Teacher of the Year Council, which opens doors such as this one. They needed to create, Teach Connecticut needed students for a campaign. And I was like, I'm here. I got the students. I got the school. They came to our school, and out of the 9 students, or the, how many did we say, 7? Out of the amount of, the majority of the students in that video belong to us, to Newington. And that was, you know, beautiful to see that they chose our students, of all the students they interviewed. I'm going to go ahead. That's Natalia Cooper. She graduated. You're going to see a former student that you remember from last year here. I'm not going to say his name because you're going to recognize him if you were on the board last year, and some of the students behind me. So if you can play the video, hopefully the audio will work.
No audio.
Okay.
Teachers shape the future by their influence on the students. How they're passionate about the students and their topic that they teach is how they leave a lasting legacy. My name is Michael, and I am a future teacher.
My name is Olivia, and I am a future teacher.
My name is Isaiah Rodriguez Sanchez, and I'm a future teacher.
My name is Thomas, and I'm a future teacher.
My name is Cora, and I'm a future teacher.
My name is Avea, and I am a future teacher.
My name is Kasha, and I'm a future teacher.
My name is Natalia Cooper, and I am a future teacher.
Teaching is so rewarding, and finding a community of future educators has really helped me stay steadfast in my decision to go into the education field.
Growing up, I was always surrounded by teachers. My father was a teacher, my aunt, and lots of other family members and family friends. And just seeing teachers who were very passionate about what they do made me want to be passionate for something like that as well.
I've seen it for myself that having a male educator in my life, that's the reason why I want to become an educator. Someone who looks like me and knows what I go through, so I can envision myself in the future to be like them.
I have a brother, he's 5 now. He was diagnosed with autism when he was around 2. And so I see how hard it is, but also how rewarding it is. I see like the difficulties, how he struggles, how we struggle as a family, how his teachers struggle to teach him. But I feel like at the same time, it's a rewarding ability if you're able to do that for a student and the student's family and make a lasting connection on that student. That's what I want to do.
I didn't think about becoming a teacher until I got to high school, and people were like, you'd be a great teacher. And I saw Miss Roach, who is a fellow African-American teacher, and she gave me that reassurance. That's why it's important. I currently work with a nonverbal student, and I've helped him daily, teach him many different words. He likes me being there and that I'm supportive to him, and we kind of help each other, honestly. He inspires me every day to do to conquer tasks and achieve my goals too.
I went through one of the toughest times of my life in 2nd grade where I lost my babcia, that's grandmother in Polish, and my teachers really were there for me. So what I would want is to pay that kindness forward and do the same for my future students. So when they walk in, they see a bright, smiling teacher who's ready to teach them all that they will need for the future.
8th grade year, I met Mr. Hemme, David Hemme. He works at Slade Middle School, and I was in a science class. And every day he would come in with a bright smile, but he was authentic with it, and that's what spoke to me. It was a rough time. It was COVID year, 2020, 2021, and I was going through a lot, and seeing his authentic personality really impacted me and showed me that I want to be an educator that impacts lives just like he did.
My classroom is going to be a safe haven for students to come in and be able to talk while still learning and teaching.
I think the most rewarding thing about teaching is, again, just seeing the kids just shine as themselves, because a lot of times in middle school and high school, especially in that field, I kind of want to go into the secondary area. So a lot of the kids are still finding themselves, and just being a part of that and help. And when they come back 5-10 years down the line, they're like, your class meant so much to me. I really found myself. That's what matters, because ultimately you just want to be, as a teacher, you want to help the kids find their way in the world, and that, having them come back down the line, that makes it all worth it in the end. I can't wait for 10 years down the line to see what my classroom eventually looks like.
I can explain it, but it's better when it comes from the students. The next video is from Sam Davies. He currently works at our high school, and he's also going to school at Southern to finish his teaching career, his teaching degree. And his mom is a wonderful teacher, science teacher over at Martin Kellogg, Miss Holly Davies. So once again, another student who has already left Newington High School, who's an alum, but it came back to us.
Hello, my name is Sam Davies. I am a 2021 Newington High School graduate. I am currently getting my elementary ed master's at Liberty University. I've been a substitute in Newington for about 5 years now, and I am currently a long-term substitute at Newington High School. If there were more education classes while I attended Newington High, I believe that I would have figured out my passion slightly earlier than I did. My senior year, I didn't know what I wanted to do, and the stigma of people asking, what's your major, made me select a criminology and psychology double major, kind of as a fail-safe to go to school and with something. And once I got to school, I ended up transferring and changing my majors to history and elementary ed. Once I did that, I began subbing in Newington, and it was all positive experiences from there. Speaking with former teachers and colleagues led me to know certain career paths and things that I do wish I learned in my early classes in college, but as well as maybe in my senior year of high school, they would have benefited me in knowing what's to come or what could be to come if I potentially went down that route of education.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sam Davies.
So it's awesome that the students get to see him, a young adult male, and connect with him as well, in different capacity because he subs for different classes. The path forward. As a teacher leader, I'm inspiring to help recruit, inspire, and prepare the next generation of highly skilled teachers, and we want them to come back to Newington or say that they were proud to be taught by Newington best. So this is the kind of our goal. Well, right now, and we're going to continue on the orange to research, build, and plan. Our students are going to continue to compete like they do with DECA, FBLA, just related to education classes, and they'll tell you a little bit about some of the topics they presented. Exploring resources, the membership that we get with the curriculum offers us endless resources that students use in the classroom for competition and able to observe classrooms. I attend as a teacher leader monthly PLCs and professional development just to make sure that I'm on top of my game to help prepare our future educators. In the fall, our goal is to submit plans proposal to make sure that these classes and courses start taking root and grow. Once we create it, the students are going to be waiting because they're already entering into the teaching profession without, not without us, because they are inspired by us, I believe. Yeah, but have more access and already go in knowing that this is definitely what I want to do. And not wait till that first time they student teach in a classroom and then get scared because this is the first time they've been around students with discipline and different behaviors. So they'll get a head start with that at Newington High School and then in college as Aspire Ed and Educators Rising curriculum. And then the rest this is just our little stepping ladder towards what we wanted to create at Newington High School. And I'll end before I want my students to be able to speak. The mission of Educators Rising is to inspire and grow current and rising educators to become community leaders, advocates for high school and for quality education. Our vision is to eliminate the teaching shortage, which there's a huge teaching shortage, and reimagining the education pathways. Core values, community, leadership, optimism, service, and excellence, which looking at those core values is what our high school stands for and what many of our clubs promote. I don't want to take more time because I want my students to be able to share. And this is not a gimmick. Like this is what I drink every day from. It's cracked. So it's not like, oh, she just took it out today. Like this is, but why not face it this way? Because it's a beautiful logo. Natasha, do you want to say a little bit about your experience so far and how you've grown? Thank you. Who's glad they helped? I was able to see. Miss Tony, thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm back again. So I joined Ed Rising my freshman year when I heard it over the announcements one day. Thank you, Newington High School announcements. I heard the announcement that one day and I went to my brother. I was like, you know what? We should join because we both have always saw education in our lives and in our future. And so we went to that first meeting and let's just say we were hooked. We decided to compete that year. The first year I competed in the Ed Rising moment, which is where you share a speech about why you wanted to become an educator in front of a panel of about two judges. I didn't place that year, but I did place this year. So this year I competed again in the group lesson planning professional development with Grace Miller, Lauren Visser, and Madeline Visser. And Miss Tony actually had the pleasure of seeing that lesson plan this year. Yeah. It truly gave me experience the first time ever, like being able to teach a class in a way. And it was crazy because I was teaching my own teachers, which was even crazier. But it was able to give me experience that we don't get to have in high school courses. Like there's business courses, there's medical courses, like a bunch of my friends are in the MedSci Academy, but there's no education courses that much. And for me, it's something that I would love to have. I want to have those opportunities, like if you love it, teach it, that course, to go out and have almost like an internship in classrooms and get those experiences while I'm in high school. So when I enter a classroom after I've gotten my degree, I have experience. I guess my way around the classroom a little bit more. And I think that having these classes will also benefit people who don't really know, is education the right pathway for me? Because a lot of the people that I sometimes drag to the club and I'm like, just try it out. We always need more members. We're always looking for no members. A lot of them, I tell them, you don't have to want to be an educator, but this club can inspire you towards that profession. It can give you a look inside a teacher's life. It can give you a look inside the goods and all that comes with teaching as just a high schooler. And it truly has opened some kids' eyes to, this is a possibility in my future where I can get a stable income from teaching something that I love. And that's me with history. But anyways, so I definitely think that we truly do need more of these classes because I'm also in the situation where I sadly cannot take AP Psych my senior year because I'm lacking STEM credits. So if I was able to have that academy, I would be able to work Psych into my schedule and not have to take it in college with those AP credits. So it's one of those situations where I would have loved to have this academy, well, right now sitting in this position. And I want other students to have that opportunity because I didn't get to have it. And like we heard Mr. Davies talk about, he wanted those opportunities. And as you'll hear my brother and Isabella talk about, we all want those opportunities. So.
Well, hello. If you don't remember, I'm Isabella, but I am one of those people that Kasha dragged into the club. But yeah, she is. She's a very big recruiter. Half of the people in our group are sophomores because of this lovely lady. And but when I first joined the club, I joined mainly because of the fact that she said I didn't necessarily need to be a teacher. But now that I've been in this club, now that I've been around these lovely people and the other amazing people we have in our club, I've learned that teaching is something that I definitely do want to do now. I actually did the competition that Kasha did the year prior, the Ed Rising Moment, and that is where writing that essay, it was going to be complete nonsense because I didn't want to be a teacher at the time that I chose that competition. But as writing it, as researching for it, as being a huge part of this club as social chair, I realized that teaching and everything that comes with it is something that I know I want for my future now. And something I want to say is that teaching is universal. Like cooking, you're going to need to cook anywhere you go, and you're going to need to teach anywhere you go. Being able to teach, whether you want to be a teacher like Miss Batista or any of the wonderful people we have on our panel, teaching is something you need no matter what, even if you want to be a teacher or if you don't. So having these teaching courses can not only, one, tell a student what they want to do, well, not tell, but encourage a student of what they want to do, for they can cross it off their list, or they can choose to pursue that career in teaching. But having these courses can tell them or encourage them what they want to do, and also teach them valuable skills of life. No matter where you want to go, teaching is needed in every profession, whether you want to teach as your profession or whether you need to teach in your profession. A lot of jobs have a senior person that they learn from, and that senior employee or colleague helps so much. They have to teach that newbie, or as many people have seen the show, the rookie. That senior cop needs to teach that rookie. Teaching is universal, no matter if you want to be police, firefighter, teacher, or anywhere else in the world, whether you're in Asia, Europe, Africa, or any of the other continents, you need to teach. And having these courses not only teaches that valuable skill, but puts you in the shoes where if you do want to be a teacher, you have the experience, you have the resume builders, and you have the ability to pursue it, even if in the end of it, you choose not to. Mr. Davies said he was undecided before his second year of college and he ended up coming back to be a teacher, but that not wasted, but he needed that extra time to get there. With these courses, we can figure it out so much earlier and not have to spend that time feeling stuck and not knowing what to do. And earlier, someone said when they were thanking these wonderful representatives that school is complex. It is. And with these courses, we can teach those complexities head on so that way when they get later in their career, they don't feel stuck, because feeling stuck is a really horrible feeling. And I think we all know that when I say that. So thank you.
Well, I think my work here is done. And I think with that, I have to say I'm so proud of what I'm leaving here in the next month behind me and of our other members, that what we've built from when I joined later on as a junior and now seeing my number one recruiter bring on, so many new members. I'm just so impressed at how we flourished in this past year and how we're going to continue to grow. And I'm very excited to leave it in Kasha's hands over the next year. But what I'm so impressed with as being part of Ed Rising, and as I said in the video, I'm just so amazed at the networking opportunities that I've had over the past 2 years. As Ms. Batista said, we've gone on many trips. We've competed both years at the state conference. And over this, just as an example.
About some of those networking.
Yes, I'm getting there. I promise. So at our Connecticut Ed Rising signing day at TPC River Highlands last week, I got to meet with the CEA coordinator for Aspiring Ed. And I let her know, I've committed to the University of Hartford. I'm really excited. She's like, wait, I was there today. We're starting a chapter. She's like, you're president. I'm like, great, awesome. When do I start? So just those opportunities, and that's just one, the symposium that we had, meeting with other leaders and breakouts, and the breakouts that we have at the Ed Rising Conference, and getting to meet with the other chapters and compete. It's just such a critical opportunity. But as both Kasha and Issa both reiterated, it's so critical that we have this path forward that we've discussed tonight, so that for those who are after me have the opportunity, who want to explore education as a career pathway, just like the other academies. It's so critical to have that experience early on in high school. I'm so excited. I've had the opportunity to compete in both. I did the job interview last year. I did win and qualify for nationals. We weren't able to go last year. And then this year I got to do the creative lecture, which I enjoyed thoroughly. I placed third in that competition. But what I loved about that contest was getting to explore the more administrative side of the education field, and look at, so my prompt was about standardization in the classroom and how we work around that and move into personalizing education for each student. And I had to, go through like data and research. A study I did looked at one from Dalio Education in regards to disconnection among students. So it was just such an amazing experience to see that other perspective that I wouldn't have had without Ed Rising. So as they all reiterated, it's super critical that we're building something really big here, and it's going to continue bubbling forward. And I'm so excited to see what it is, as I come back down the line. Ms. Batista's just feeding me the talking points here. Yes, Ms. Batista, I did. One thing that we talk up when we talk about the club is, there are scholarship opportunities. I did win the Connecticut Kaplan Scholarship this year from PDK International, in the amount of $1,000. So, that's also another nice pull for students. Nice plug. There's free money sometimes. So yes, it is. So just so many great opportunities, and I'm so grateful that the district has been so supportive of us throughout this process as we've gotten off the ground, and I'm so excited to see how we progress in the future.
If I could just add something, if you didn't catch it before while he was talking, in the middle of his speech, he used nicknames for us. Obviously, they're siblings, but I didn't know him before this. With new teaching courses, you can not only make friends, but you can make future colleagues as soon as you come back to the school. Being able to know these people, being able to know these wonderful people, when we come back to the school as educators, we will already have connections set, and we will also be able to make more connections once we get there. So I just want to bring that to the table.
I just have to add on to her point because it's spectacular. She's coming up with amazing responses, I have to say. But one of the reasons why I was drawn to this club was I was going to have a community of aspiring educators. And that's what this club delivered for me. And that's what I'm going to continue to do with Ms. Batista, with Issa, throughout my next 2 years at Newington High School and the rest of this year. I'm going to continue to create that community for future educators with the help of everyone around me.
Like I said, my work was done for me. It's great to have people behind you that just articulate it so beautifully.
We just want to say thank you very much. We definitely promote the teaching profession, but we also invite students to benefit from the different leadership skills they gain through the club, even if they become something else that's not teaching or school-related career, which we also introduce to the students. What else can you do in a school? You still want to have an impact with students. You don't want to teach, but let's let's bring you on board and benefit from all these things. Thank you very much for listening to us and continue to support us because we appreciate your support. Thank you.
so much. Hold on, please don't go anywhere. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Ms. Weaver, who was first?
Well, one, there's so many surreal layers to this too, with, well, one seeing like the little Davies, it's like, oh my gosh, I remember he was a wee lad when I was having his mom for 7th grade. And I remember Michael and Kylie and Sam. So this is what's really beautiful, I think, about Newington already is always the community that wants to come back. And I think it's because of the amazing educators that we've had. My sister was inspired just by our teachers, you know, a Mr. K, a Mr. Sullivan, a Mr. Barbarana, Sefco, the whole,
The big three
the
over
big
there,
three
you just
over
listed
there.
off, yeah.
The big three.
The big three, right? Yeah.
Third floor big three.
Listen, you turn 21, you get to go out with beers with them after, you know, so, but they're special people, I think, that inspire. But what's so great to see is that, one, Cautionese, I can't believe you are quite literally only in your 2nd year in high school. You are far beyond your years. It's so nice to see the most articulate old soul, but beautiful souls in front of us. And obviously, thank you to Tom for bringing those on. And we had already shouted you out at the last meeting with your full ride that you didn't mention, but yes, congratulations. But that's what's great to see is truly we're already hyping up our student reps here, but just more wonderful representatives that are emblematic of what we truly want to see, and that's having a portrait of a graduate that is holistic, a critical thinker, and all these things, but also that you find what you want to do. If you don't want to be educators, I think you'd be great marketers and sales folks. Truly, I think you made your pitch 10 times over. I'm sold already. But what's beautiful is also everything you highlight and how you complement each other in the community. So Ms. Batista, thank you for all that you do as always. You were already our teacher of the year. So I'm just really inspired, and it's so great to see, and I can't wait to tell my sister about this and see what Windsor has going on. But I think what's so great too is we talk about all of the things that are facing teachers and the profession itself, but really there is a huge teacher shortage, and just to see that, and what's always so wonderful is I never have to worry about Newington because I know people are going to want to come back and teach because of what they've experienced here. So you're already contributing to that too. Like you're a huge part of that, you know, obviously as Mr. Dyes and Ms. Foy have the challenge of hiring our new teachers and all these things. But, you know, it's a very important reason why I came back. I could not do as what you guys did, which is why I'm sitting here, but also having teachers on boards of ed is very awesome too in districts that you don't live in. I think it's just it's a really incredible thing that you guys are doing, just collectively, both from the teacher side, but also from the enthusiastic student side. Truly, so we get a lot of presentations, but it's really, really impressive just to hear how incredibly well-spoken you all are and the content that you're already doing. I mean, I don't think my sister touched a classroom until her like actual student teaching, and that is very overwhelming. You're kind of just thrown into the fire. So to have that is such a great point to be able to know that, because you don't necessarily know, and I don't think I would expect 16-year-olds to know that, but good on you guys for already being ahead of the game. So I can't wait to continue to follow this too, because it's so nice here. I think this has been a conversation for a long time. I remember even back in my day, we were like, oh, wouldn't it be nice if we had like financial literacy and teaching and all these things, and to see time grow and to see this opportunity. But I think it's wonderful to have that kind of track because it truly is a need. And I think we could really use you all, particularly you ones. I want you as teachers, like come back and teach us anytime. But thank you guys for taking the time to do that. I know we on curriculum, our curriculum was having a meeting and we kind of already still you guys there in policy. We all just were sitting there. We're like, we need you guys to come to the full board. The whole community needs to know about how awesome you guys are. So I hope those watching know how special these students are. Thanks, guys.
Mr. Halloran?
Thank you. I don't think you guys understand the impact of what you do. First and foremost, I apologize for being virtual on the curriculum committee meeting. I was there, but I was like floating in the cameras. Okay, good. I don't feel so bad.
Playing tennis.
Yeah. I'd really like to see you in person. And I'll be as succinct as I can about this because I think, as Jessica, Ms. Weaver stated, there's a lot to unpack. But I'll use it. Some of the own things that you said to do it. I think one of the first things that I really picked up on is that you don't have to be a teacher to want to get involved in this program, because the skills and the experience you gain can be universal. I can speak from personal experience. I spent the better part of 2 decades in corporate learning and leadership, not always in training, not always in learning, but I always use those skills. And I think that's because the best coaches and the best leaders are people who are good educators. They understand the science, they understand the psychology, they understand the social influences, and they have empathy. They can relate to somebody at that level, and I think that's really key. You had also spoke about teaching being universal, and it's more true than I think you realize. There's a teacher shortage. We need teachers all the time, everywhere. And a little bit of Sean Holland's personal philosophy here. I think a healthy community is comprised of 3 pillars. That's the rule of law, healthy management of economics, and investment in education. Without any one of those, you're going to have a tough time being in a community. And the reason that education is so important is because you can't have the other 2 without an investment in education. You can't write good policy, and you can't manage the money if you don't have people educated to do so. But it's the inspiration that gets people to carry that torch. And I think that's, from what I heard, I am such a fan of this program. I'd love to see it expand. I'd love to see it be advertised. I want it to be one of those clubs that you're fighting to get in, not begging for people to join. I would love Newington to be known as a district that has a really solid pathway to professional educators. The same way that we would have a pathway for anybody going to trades, the same way we have anybody going to college. This is a needed profession and it needs support, but it also needs structure. And I think you are laying the first step into a long pathway of structure to be able to say that we have the best place to have professional educators start their career before they're even out of education themselves. That's amazing. And I think that's because there's a terrible saying. I've always hated it, and I think you probably know it: those who can't do, teach.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about what I just said about community and how important that is, you need to have a level of understanding and empathy, but more than anything else, when you want to be an educator, you have a desire in you that carries that spark. You remember that time when you were a student and you got some clarity, or you figured something out, or something just made sense. The feeling you get when you see that replicated around you, you have to have a desire to see other people succeed around you, not just your own personal success, but you get the greatest joy about seeing other people become them full selves. So when we think back to that saying that I hate, I think it's much truer to say that those who teach do what others cannot. And I think that's the inspiration you set for all of our students. So please keep pushing this. This is really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Got you? I got
Sorry,
you.
please
Talking
do.
back, but I'm back again. But as you just said, teaching is one of the most important abilities to have. And if you couldn't see, which it might have been very noticeable, but I was shaking when I started talking and my voice was kind of quivering. Oh, thanks. But teaching is such an important ability that is really universal. If you teach, that is your doing. That is your desire, that is your passion, because teaching is the do that is due. You know what I mean? Like D-O and then D-U-E. Yeah.
Yes.
So if you can't do, you teach, which it's an idiotic phrase because you are doing by teaching. It is an ability that some people don't have, and having these courses in the school, they can develop it early on, so that way they can start teaching and they can become such a powerful teacher like Miss Batista. She does so much for the school. So much. I'm surprised. If you look at her Gmail, like the signature, it's pages long. It's so long. So if you by teaching, you are doing. If you can't do, then you're not teaching. Do you know? So thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
Just one more quick thing. just thank you guys for being here tonight, like on a personal level. I know Ms. Stigno was supposed to be here. I'm sad she's not. We always love Ms. Stigno. You guys did a wonderful job. And like you said, you could speak in front of 30 students, but sitting at this table can be intimidating. You guys did awesome because you didn't even realize or remember that we're live streaming. So you don't even know how many people you're talking to. You guys did wonderful. Thank you.
Sam.
Yeah, I think this is such an inspiring program. I'm a teacher myself. My daughter, she went to Newington High. She's a teacher also. So it's an amazing program and you guys will be great teachers. So thank you so much.
Dr. Stanley.
Great job, guys. Your presentations were phenomenal. So don't worry. It seems like all the nervous energy is back here, but it doesn't phase forward. So great job. Speaking at national conferences, I understand the imposter syndrome. But I think you guys did amazing. What is your ask or what can we do as the board to support this academy development in this pathway? Is there anything that you need from us?
Put my eye out. Right now, sharing the excitement that our students have and the passion that I represent my entire district, so when you see Elsa Batista advising this club or that club, I'm really representing my colleagues. I think the support of today is huge. In the fall, we're going to be submitting plans proposal for some of the courses and breaking down how it's not going to cost much because we're going to consolidate this and we're going to use this course to also, and if you guys can see the vision with us for the next few years and hold on and hang out with us, we're going to see the benefits because this is going to benefit so many students that are already entering the profession and later on we're finding out, but now we'll be able to track them. They'll be more ready at the college level. This is the Ed Rising chapter at Newington High School. College has the collegiate level that now Thomas is going to be president of. So continuing to let you know through our students rep what's happening and then coming back if we need, but when we come back with those plans proposal, definitely think about it. And, with Kristen Freeman and Talisha Foy and Ms. Tigno and Mr. Seth Korn, we're going to create something that's not going to cost too much, but it's still going to be worth whatever investment we might be able to ask for financially. So thank you.
I do have something to say real quick. Just from a student perspective, I still got 2 more years and the rest of this year at this high school. And I see all the support for Ed Rising in this academy today here in this room, and it's amazing. And I love seeing that because that's how I know we're doing good work in our club. But also we want that continued support. We can't do anything without your guys' support. It means the world to us to have educators on our side and to support us through all that you do. So maybe even a follow on the Instagram, it would be great. It would be great. But we truly need your support. We can't flourish without your support. So just continue supporting us. That's all we ask.
So I think, so this kind of feeds into the curriculum update, but I'm glad you're here because you were at our last curriculum meeting and that's one of the things we talked, obviously, like this is the thing that we talked about. And we mentioned, or we talked about this, it's on the screen now, the path forward and why does it take so long or why will it take so long, like 28, 29? So can you just speak a little to that and the reason for, because I support and appreciate and definitely think that this is a super important pathway to have. Like we have, like you mentioned, we have business and biomed and the other 3, call it hospitality. But yeah, so just if you could do that.
So, hello everyone.
Hi.
Talisha Foy, Director of Talent here at Newington, obviously. So the reason that it was going to take this extended amount of time is because we were trying to do each component and build on each pillar. If we have the okay, we could absolutely expedite this. But in order to, so what happens is Ed Rising has a curriculum that it's a program that belongs to PDK, which is a subgroup that works with the state, but we actually have to currently pay for the curriculum. So we have to take that and amend that in a way so that we can work to build our own. Then we have to get the connections with UConn and maybe like CCSU and other colleges to ensure when our students are doing the work that those ECE credits that we are giving them are able to be utilized when they get there. So just creating that framework and things and doing things at a slower pace, we thought would be most effective is what we built out. But if we have the support of the board, and this is something that we know we could have the go ahead, we can put a little bit more time and labor behind it. And instead of having the 28, 29 implementation, we could seek to have like a 27, 28 implementation.
And I think another thing that we had talked about is obviously Kasha with your excellent recruitment skills. But but we also don't want it to just be 10th grade or just sophomores. We want to expand it and make sure that students of all grade levels are entering the club and or even starting as freshmen and then going through. So I think the other thing that was mentioned, and maybe this plays into it, and obviously an offline conversation with like everything, but want to make sure that there is the interest and the excitement for it, because we don't want to have like the whole courses developed and then have people not being interested. However, with that said, I don't think that that's a problem because with everything that the students have said, and obviously Ms. Batista, but I think that you don't have to want to be a teacher. You could want to work in a school. Like I know for, I want to be school social work, and that's obviously, directly impacted with students and working alongside teachers and just understanding there's child development, there's psychology. So those courses can translate, like you said, not just to teachers, but to other careers, or even as Mr. Holland was saying, even in the corporate world. So I think that I don't see that as being an issue, but I think the issue is maybe just making sure that the recruitment or
in some high schools, they start with the courses and then create the club, because then the courses feed into the club and they could do more of the state competition, national focus on that. Many schools start with the clubs, build it up, and then open up the courses. So it's a segue that goes up, down, or down, up. I think taking our time also is imperative so that we can sustain this long term.
Yeah.
We don't want to rush into it and then end up with 2 students in the class, and then the words don't, word of mouth doesn't really pick up. And I think the excitement that we bring for a profession that sometimes I think gets a bad rap for the amazing things we do in the classroom with our students every day is important to keep that energy up.
Yeah,
Whether it be 2 students, like we had Avea and Cora, they were juniors and seniors, our first 2. They received special ed services in our district and now want to become special ed teachers to give that back. Juniors and seniors. This year, we're lucky we have these sophomores that are going to be with us a few more. And next year, through college fair, through the career fair and the student club fair, we bring in more.
Yeah.
And I think just in terms of it, at least from a short-term logistical perspective, in terms of the credits, I think Kash articulated it well, but also to turn this from, in terms of just a general elective into that CTE and give it that diversity in terms of the buckets it falls into is so critical in terms of getting it off the ground, just because I know even personally, I had more flexibility. I know there have been a couple of extra graduation requirements that have come in now, where Kasha's talking about she has a little bit less flexibility, but also I had to look and really plan out from freshman year what I wanted to do. And having these courses as an option, it just gives students and that's the beauty of the STEM elective, that you have so many buckets to choose from, but giving them one more bucket to pull from, I think would be so critical. And also just, when you're sitting down, I'm sitting down with Ms. Slater, here's this course that's available during your open, here's this course that you could fill this credit requirement, to have that on the program and have the students be like, oh, well, it's worth a try. I think you're going to see the numbers also flourish because it fits so many places.
I do just have one quick thing to say. As you mentioned, recruitment. We are currently a big group of sophomores and a senior. We were able to get another senior and a freshman to join the club. They didn't compete, but they did join the club. I think that is an issue we both share. It's something that I have been talking with Ms. Batista at the conference this year. We were able to connect with other aspiring ed programs at colleges, and they were giving us advice on how to recruit more people, how to get more people interested, instead of the people that I'm like, hey, maybe just try it out. It's good for your resume. So I think it's definitely something that we will continue to work on. So
Great, thank you. Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Quick question. This question might be directed at you, Dan, or somebody. I don't need an answer right now, but with the proposed courses, what would be the impact to the high school staff in terms of FTE? Would we be able to absorb it? Would it require more staff? If we can get some answers to that, that'll help us.
It looks like on the previous slide, a lot of the courses that are just naturally an education program, some psychology, so.
Your mic. He's new, it's fine.
That's true. So it looked like a lot of the courses are I think, existing already, Ms. Batista, right? So when you see like sociology, psychology, AP Psych, those can kind of be lumped in. So the good news is a lot of those humanities courses are a part of education. It looks like there are a few other credits. I'm not sure if long-term we looked at the impact. I know the plans proposal, if there is going to be staffing implications, that would be in the plans proposal. But the choice electives, it looks like many of those currently exist and are actually being taught by current staff.
And I'm certified 098 as well as world language. So I can teach Spanish as well as education classes as we make this program grow. So as of now, there won't be money for, we won't need money for an extra staff member because I'll be able to cover that until we keep
You
growing.
rock, Elsa.
I'm sorry, I have another point again. I know you guys don't miss me that much. Anyways, but I was just talking with Ms. Foy and she brought up a wonderful point. With clubs, there are so many at Newington High School. We've got DECA, we've got FBLA, we've got Crochet Club, which I am a proud member of. We've got debate club now. We've got so many clubs that start. We've got school sports, and we have so many things like StuCo. Those are all commitments. And with commitments, sometimes you get a lot of them, and then you have to narrow down on the ones that you're like, maybe it's not that necessary to me anymore. So I think with Ed Rising, sometimes that can be an issue. If we're having the coursework, they're taking it as a class. It's a part of their day. So they don't just have to come after school instead of doing their homework.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or anything? No? Thank you so much for being here. Very, very appreciative and good luck to everything. Okay.
Oh, so should get, Ms. Wick, could you get the photo too? So. Part of the team.
Stop it. Okay. Thank you so much. Love your energy. Oh, and Miss Batista, I just need to give you a shout out because you mentioned it, but you have done so much for Newington, and being the teacher of the year, like you said, has opened up so many doors, and you just opened and ran through and opened more and just done so much. So I just want to thank you so much for being here and being a part of the community and doing amazing things with your students and everyone. So the StuCo, Ed Rising, everything, just really appreciate you and you're amazing. So thank you.
The town and the school system has done wonderful work with my children and my nieces and nephews. So
Yeah.
not only gonna be secondary, but it's my duty as an educator. You know,
Yeah.
just keep it moving.
And we love you. Thanks, Elsa. Thank you so much. At this point, I would like to open up to public participation on any matter related to board responsibilities. If you're in the room, you can come to the head of the table, or online, you can raise your hand. You have 4 minutes. No? Okay. Then we have our standing committee items. So we have our student reps.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to our last student representation for the year. So first of all, inside Newington High School, obviously as summer is coming, a lot of things are starting to come to a close. So seniors celebrating their decision day on May 1st. There was a tailgating in the morning with all the senior class, which is that picture with all those people. And they had like breakfast in the parking lot. And then they later took photos together at lunch celebrating their commitments. Also,
Juniors had their prom on the same day, May 1st, and had prom promise, where guest speakers came in to speak about different concerns that students should be aware of as they approach prom season. Students are currently in AP testing, and it's going up until next week. I know I just took my chem AP test yesterday. Ooh, all right. And then for the music program, a lot of concerts are happening during May. The orchestra concert happened last night. The band concert will be happening tomorrow, and the chorus concert will be on May 19th, all at 7 p.m., I believe. Also, Newington High School is hosting a 9th grade incoming transition night for the incoming 9th graders on May 18th, where parents and families can come and just get introduced to the high school. And finally, they'll be celebrating their Scholars Breakfast on May 20th, and we hope to see you guys there.
Okay, so for clubs at the high school, like we mentioned earlier, DECA, we traveled to Atlanta, Georgia for our International Career Development Conference. That was last week. We had 7 students compete and 4 others attended conferences where they got to learn different skills and that they could bring back to our chapter. Out of the competitors, me and Katie Dugas brought home 3 international medals. So we were really excited about that. And all of our competitors and our conference members worked really hard throughout the week, a lot of hours studying and presenting. So it was very exciting. And then for Link Crew, with it being a seniors only club, we've been working a lot, and the officer team has been working to train and gather a new group of Link leaders. So they'll be having their junior interest meeting at the end of May to get their new members for next year. And then student council, we have our last meeting of the year tomorrow, and then we have been celebrating Teacher Appreciation Week. We did a yogurt parfait for the teachers, and we've just been doing lots of exciting things to honor all of our staff members. We also have our Mystic Field trip coming up. We have that set for the end of May just to celebrate all of our representatives and all the hard work that they do.
Moving on to our middle schools, Martin Kellogg had their student versus staff basketball game to raise school spirit, and everybody had a great time. Student Riley O'Neill was awarded for his written play Sunk, which was based on the Titanic, and he received state recognition for it. There was a 4th grade orientation to welcome rising middle schoolers to Martin Kellogg, and then also both schools are going through their academy process for the Biomed Academy at Wallace and the Aerospace. Sorry, flip that. Biomed Academy at Kellogg and Aerospace at Kellogg. Wallace, wow, okay. Wallace is continuing to meet with their diversity club and grow throughout the year to get student perspective on inclusivity and supporting diversity. And then also exciting news, Governor Ned Lamont came to Wallace at a press conference to support legislation that would promote universal breakfast for all students and free lunch for students who are eligible for reduced priced meals. And Wallace students also had the opportunity to meet the governor, and then when he went into the cafeteria to serve lunch to the 5th graders.
And that legislation passed, by the way. So for some shout outs, we have an additional one too that we're going to mention, but we just want to shout out Miss Cody, who was selected to receive the Excellence in Science Teaching High School Award for 2025-2026. Miss Cody is going to be recognized at the Connecticut Science Teachers Association Awards celebration on May 27th at Dinosaur State Park. So we just wanted to shout out Miss Cody, 'cause it's super exciting. We also wanted to congratulate Olivia Canapari and Thomas DiNapoli, who are both seniors, who were awarded the Scholar Athlete Award. And then we also wanted to shout out Miss Resendez and Miss Charmant, who were recognized by the Connecticut School Counselor Association for the 2026 Outstanding Student/Family Program of the Year. They were honored at the CSCA Professional Recognition Gala Awards, and they are so impactful at our school. I think Miss Cody and Miss Resendez and Miss Charm, we just wanted to make sure to shout them out because they have such a big impact in our community. And with it being Teacher Appreciation Week, we just wanted to make sure they got recognized.
And then we have the unified athlete Isabella N. and unified partner Josie P. were honored at the 22nd Annual Special Olympics Unified Sports Award Banquet at the AquaTurf.
And then we just want to say thank you guys for an amazing year. And we do want to shout out all of the teachers and staff at Newington High School with it being Teacher Appreciation Week, especially Miss Batista. She helped Student Council and Ed Rising put on a lot of celebrations for the teachers. Student Council, we did the yogurt parfait. We're doing some more celebrations later in the week. And then Ed Rising, they made a whole display in one of our hallways. They wrote notes to the teachers on little apples, and they put them up and made a poster, and it's so nice. And we just wanted to shout her out for helping out with all of that and all of our teachers who put in so much work. But yeah, that's all we have for you guys today. If you have any questions, we'd love to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments or words of support and encouragement?
Yeah, I know brief, but these are our shining stars, okay? I just want to say, like, and they cannot get enough flowers. You guys are incredible representatives of Newington. I'm so honored we got to know each other. This past week, I was actually out at UConn, and I was keynoting our UConn Poli-Sci Awards Night, and I got to judge and connect with Vidisha. And she was our former Board of Ed rep who also did 2 years. And she's now graduating from UConn and going to law school and all these things. And it was one of those full circle moments, and it made me think of both of you, and just knowing all the accomplishments you have, and then how old I'm going to feel when I see you guys as seniors in college. But just truly what you've contributed to Newington High School, to this board, know that it's recognized. We see you in quite literally, I think, every email update that goes out to the district, simply because of how involved you are. So just thank you for what you've done for Newington Public Schools, not only from a board side of things, but I think from a school community. As Ms. Tigna would say, you are the best of our family of learners. So thank you for what you've done. It's important that you guys are a large part, and we always say, like, the student voice is really, really important. So thank you for always using yours and for always giving your opinions on things. It's one of those things to hear from your perspective. And please, as always, Abby, stay in touch. We can't wait to follow you and see all the amazing things you do. And Danny, we can't wait to have you back. Looking forward to already next year's play here. You know, it's going to be here. Well, at least I'm going to see him in the plays here. Listen, and Abby's been on stage crew. Listen, there's a lot. They're over involved. But just again, I cannot thank you guys enough for taking the time, the exorbitant amount of time, these extra hours no other high schoolers do. So thank you.
Mr. Halloran?
I said my piece to you guys. I want to talk to the report, but I will reiterate some things. I really liked seeing the DECA jackets as a former DECA member myself. It's nice to see that it's still thriving, and Abby, great job. Those are not easy to win, but I'm not surprised. Thank you for the update on the high schools. I'm sorry, the middle schools. Sounds like they have a lot going on in terms of wrapping things up. And congratulations to all of the good work. There was the last slide we had where you're like, one more shout out, right? Like, there is so much good that's happening in our public school systems. And I always say, you guys are my favorite part of these meetings. And I'm not kidding, they are, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of information, and everybody's got opinions about our school system. Some informed, some not. What we get from you is something nobody else can provide, and that is your experience. And that, more than anything else, helps guide my compass as to what the right decision is. So, final words, Abby, best of luck. I'll see you at graduation. I know you'll be successful. Dan, good luck. I hope to see you back here next year. But no matter what, you're going to rock it next year. You're going to be a senior. You guys set the bar pretty high. The presentations are up another level this year. I think next year we're going to have like live plays. I don't know how you're going to up this.
We did have one of those.
Oh, we did. Never mind. You're right. We did. But that's it. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
Abby, you can take your name badge as a parting gift.
Oh, yes. Yes, you may. Yeah. Super happy to have you guys here. Sad it's our last meeting, but we will be seeing you around the next month over a month and a half because we're going so late. But it's going to be full of celebrations, and I'm sure we will see you multiple times, both of you, in all of that. And obviously at graduation, you're going to be at graduation too, right? Yeah. So yeah, you'll be there with us on stage. Yeah, so it'll be a fun time, and just thank you for being here. And we really appreciate your updates, and we appreciate your contributions and, talking about hard topics and fun topics and everything in between. It's just been really beneficial and helpful and grateful. I'm grateful to hear the student voice, and you're sitting at the table. So thank you so much for being here.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next? Oh, it's you.
I know.
Jessica.
They're like,
Well,
peace out. I'm done. Thank you. For board policy, I'll defer to our last policies. We'll be discussing them and hopefully some possible action. We're still making our way through the 9,000 series, as well as some of the kind of ad hoc ones that have come up, particularly at this board table. So I will do that. But we had a great meeting the other night on 4/20, right after curriculum, where we ran a little bit. We were trying to coordinate between, so we did get to catch some of the curriculum committee with the Ed Rising presentation there, where that was fabulous as well. But we'll talk about those policies in new business.
Okay, any questions for policy? No? Good. Okay, so curriculum, we met on same day, April 20th. I'm gonna just work upside down because we have a book that was a textbook adoption. It's a book that's been taught in our schools, but it's been very popular, so it was decided or discussed to have it as a whole class lesson. And then Mr. Newton had suggested this lovely write-up that you'll see in the book. It's just a summary of the book and key themes and all of that. And I want to read the book, so I probably will. So that's being passed around. And then we obviously had our Educators Rising team. I think just highlight there is that they have the club has been very successful and want to formalize the club and the career path into an official pathway and as one of our academies, which I think is a fantastic idea. And I think that's you can just see the, just the passion that they have, like these few students, and Ms. Batista running it is just fantastic. So that's what we talked about, is kind of a mini version of what you just heard. And we also talked about English 9. So in the school year, next school year, the instructional time for English 9 is going to increase by approximately 80 minutes a week, just to give additional classroom learning time for English. And I believe it's going to be like there's ABC days. So like, it'll be like in place of a study hall, they'll go to English. And they're hoping to utilize this additional time to deepen student learning in both reading and writing. So that is the update there. Dr. Stanley.
I just had a question for clarification from the Ed Rising, and maybe they said this in their presentation or so it sounds like the FTEs for the courses are going to be covered, but for an academy, is there any sort of like directors, leadership, like vice principal? I'm just kind of ignorant on the
Yeah, but I think so. First steps right now is the plans proposal. So that's how everything starts. And then once the plans proposal is written, it comes to Dr. Brummett, and then she reviews it and decides yes or no. How many do you get a year?
Quite a few lately. I'd say 10 per year. And it varies from just curriculum and book request all the way to staffing. But in terms of the leadership question, I would say the answer to that is no. We would use existing administrators who would oversee it. And that's how it works right now with the various academies.
Yeah, there's a counselor that has all the academy students. So there's the house counselors, but then the academy students have I think it's sophomore year. Once they join the academy, they'll move over to her. So she would have maybe a bigger caseload, but maybe not. But yeah, so I think and then as part of the plans proposal, or as a part of the curriculum decision budget, everything, that's when they'll decide which courses to offer if they need anything else. So we won't have all those answers yet, but yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other updates or questions for curriculum? Okay. Now for new business, update on the budget. So I guess since last time we met, we were anticipating having money allocated by the state, and now officially there has been money allocated to this, to Newington. Dr. Brumett is sharing on the screen. Do you have the? You don't have that. Oh, yes, additional ECS allocation. It's not exactly ECS money, but it is for the purpose of education, 928,000. We don't know how that will get distributed to Newington or to the board, but that's still kind of in the air. But we're hoping that that will come to us. We also heard back from Mr. Turco on the school-based health center grant that he'd been working on for us, and we were granted the 159,000. So that is very positive news. Effective School Solutions, that's another one that was already coming to us, but we didn't know how. You talked to them this week?
Actually today, and they've assured me that that $300,000 will be applied as a credit to the money that is already in the budget. The cost for all the sites is a little over, just under $700,000. So this will cover almost half of that. Again, I'm noting in that far right-hand column, it's shrinking our gap of the $1.8 million cut to what now is coming in as some additional offsets.
Ms. Weaver?
Just to clarify too, so there were kind of different acts that came through in terms of a passage. So I know the ECS was just in the House, and then the school-based health center. I just want to clarify that the Effective School Solutions one was that one that we got for District 9.
Yeah, that's the
from
District 9
Senator
one.
Lesser, and that was like a 300, the Easter bill. This was 300 this year and maybe like 200
next year.
Okay, because it was like 1.5 million for District 9, and then it just was, or the Senate District 9, and then we were like, what is getting what in terms of the Senate district? So to clarify, it's over 2 years though.
It's over 2 years, 1.5 million in year one, divided equally among the 5 school systems that are involved, and 1 million in year two, divided equally among the systems.
Thank you.
So those are mostly knowns. We're assuming that we will get the ECS or that 928,000. And then still unknowns are, as we discussed last time, we do have the health benefits fund. I think it was estimated at 500,000 last time we saw. So that's still a TBD. We won't know until October, but that could help offset as well. And then still pending is the grant for the Nor'easter Academy, which we talked about for $100,000, which we won't hear until next month probably. So that's what we know now. I am continuing to advocate that we, the town council, if the money comes to them, I think there's still question of how it's even getting distributed, but that ECS allocation, the 928,000, advocating for that to come to the board, but still TBD at this point. So that's what we know of now. Nothing else has changed in regards to the budget from last time we spoke. So yeah, any questions on any of that? And the session ends tonight, so is it at midnight? Yeah, so.
CNDA is at midnight, so they will end exactly at midnight.
At midnight, they will end,
They're
so.
currently debating the bottle bill. So
What are they debating?
the bottle bill, yeah, in the House. Senate is at ease.
So yeah, I guess more to come after close of session. All right, next, the possible action, discussion and possible action on our board meeting schedule. Is your favorite one?
So just clarifying that we have vetted this list by looking at any conflicts with holidays or other conflicts within the district calendar. So these dates are in keeping with the protocol of having 2 meetings a month. Sometimes they fall a little bit differently because of conflicts, like I said, with holidays or other events. but these are the suggested dates for next year's Board of Education meetings. There is only one meeting held in November, December because of vacation holidays in both of those months. If those months have business that is unfinished, then the board would have the opportunity to schedule additional meetings.
And we do have the ability to add or cancel meetings
is
at the
correct.
board's discretion. We just have to propose dates so that they become public for the year. Ms. Weaver, I think you're really looking forward to reading this motion, so you can
Such an auctioneer. Let's like not hype it up too much, but all right. All right, move the Board of Education approve the following meeting dates for the 2026-2027 school year. September 9th, 2026, September 23rd, 2026, October 14th, 2026, October 28th, 2026, November 18th, 2026, December 16th, 2026, January 13th, 2027, January 27th, 2027, February 10th, 2027, February 24th, 2027, March 10th, 2027, March 24th, 2027, April 7th, 2027, April 21st, 2027, May 5th, 2027, May 26th, 2027, and June 9th, 2027.
Good job.
Thank you.
Do we have a second? Okay.
Sorry, second.
We have a second. Perfect. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? No? Okay. I guess we can do a roll call vote on these meeting dates.
Mary Beatrice.
Yes.
John Hallen.
Yes.
Marissa Lenzi.
Yes.
Timothy Dow.
Yes.
Nikki Parati.
Yes.
Brian Ski.
Yes.
Sam Sharma.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley.
Yes.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously 9-0.
Thank you. Happy though, no meetings fall on kids' birthdays this year. Okay, next is discussion and possible action on the use of school building fees, 26-27.
So every year we look at the building utilization and discuss at the business office as to whether an increase is in order. And I would say that, and I know there's been discussion among the board in the past, we do have a large uptick in building usage. Just spoke with Jacob Trowbridge today, and we've got the buildings being used right up practically to the last day of school, and then summer hasn't been scheduled yet. So I think an increase is definitely in order. It's really at the discretion of the board to whether it should be a 3% increase or 4%. I know last year, I think they split it down the middle and did 3.5. I don't know if Ms. Bover would like to opine on it, her recommendations given our financial situation.
With the increases to the AFSCME contract, I think the 3% is a very good one. That's what their increase was. So I feel that our buildings are being utilized a lot. And this is very important that we make sure we follow in line with the AFSCME contract.
Yeah, so we charge for building usage, but we don't charge for like obviously school functions, but also like youth nonprofit programs. And so you can see like the fee schedule. There's like there's different fees based on when, because we obviously pay for people to be there in the building, janitors and security at times. But there's different fees for different times and days, and then also for different, I'm trying to scroll and see, wasn't there like a different, maybe it's all the same, Schedule C, Schedule D, oh, profit making. So yeah, but like our community, what I guess I'm trying to say is our youth programs, because I know for like cheer, we don't have to pay for usage of the buildings, but like for like a dance recital, the company would pay to use the thing. So I think in the past we've said like, oh, we don't want to increase too much because of, it's gonna just kind of fall back on our community members. But at the same time, given the budget season and everything that's been going on, maybe we we definitely, I do agree we should at least increase on the 3%, but we should discuss if we want to go higher. Go ahead, Mr. Holleran.
So just kind of looking at the simple law of supply and demand, right? We have a demand that's outpacing supply. Like we've got demand for our buildings. Why wouldn't we want to entertain 4% if we're going to raise money for our schools that isn't coming directly out of taxpayers' pockets? Is there a downside to going to 4?
In the case of the not-for-profits, it could be a burden to them. The profit-making ones could probably afford it. I just worry you would have two sets of schedules then.
Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Sorry. I feel like I just breathed into the mic. Sam, go ahead.
Quick question. So if a nonprofit rents our school, is there a charge or is it the same charge? Or is it like a cheaper or lower?
We don't charge them for many of the times when there's custodians in the building. They're there till 11 o'clock most nights, 10 o'clock in the elementary schools. And we wouldn't charge them for that. We charge them for the weekend hours when they come in for the weekends, because then we're paying our custodians time and a half or double time.
So if a nonprofit uses any of our rooms during the weekday, there's no charge?
For the most part, correct.
Ms. Beatrice. Right.
Just to clarify, because the custodial staff and security staff would already be in place. It's not outside of their regular job responsibilities or hourly responsibilities.
Correct.
Okay.
They're in the buildings, they're there. Security may not be.
Okay.
So we would have to charge people for security if it was an event that was big enough to need security.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Weaver.
I'm just clarifying for the profit ones, are they usually local kind of like for profit, or is it vary?
It varies. We have quite a few dance
Yeah, I
companies
was
that are
gonna say it's a
using
lot
the
of dance,
buildings,
yeah.
and some of them are from New Jersey, and some of them are from Connecticut. And they have found that we have very nice facilities and that we take good care of them. So word of mouth gets out there and they all talk.
Yeah, no, I was just thinking, I'm like, dance is expensive. Things are all expensive right now. Just wondering, like, if I feel like if 3% is good, I'm good with that. If that's your recommendation, then I think that makes sense. I was just more of saying, like, if they're local businesses and that kind of stuff, particularly like, some of the dance companies in there or some of the ones that give us good business. I think NCTC though is not for profit.
They do it on the weekends.
But they do it on the weekends.
I
So
know.
that's what I was thinking. Like most of them would be taxpayers.
Mr. Newton.
What would the difference be between a 3% and a 4% for us in terms of money we would get back? We're not talking $100,000, right, over the year?
It's not that much unless we have more.
Okay.
Correct. And I would worry to be priced out if we go too high, because there are other facilities that can be used. They may not be as nice though.
Dr. Stanley.
Yeah, so just so adding some clarity, all of the funds that we get from our rentals go into our CIP, the school CIP.
Yes.
And that is, last year it was like $117,000 and we're projected about $100,000 each year from your presentation, right?
It actually varies based on how much usage there is. Right now, it's over that.
Okay, but in 2025, 26, it was, our school rental receipts were $117,000. So this is only we're only demanding or pulling in $100,000 from these rentals. So it's not like, yeah. Yeah. So I also, with the sense of community, I think that 3% would be inadequate. Yeah.
Okay, we have a motion.
Move the Board of Education increase the building use fees by 3% for the 2026-27 school year effective July 1, 2026.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to increase the fees by 3%. Is there any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mary Beatrice.
Yes.
Sean Halloran,
Yes.
Marissa Lenzi,
Yes.
Timothy Newton,
Yes.
Parati,
Yes.
Brian Skibo,
Yes.
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously 9-0.
Thank you. All right, next is board policies. All right. I know remarks have been long this time, so I will keep this brief. We will go through the 9,000 policies that are looking for possible action. These have been the ones that have been presented to the board before. Just to go over the first one, which was formerly 9120, now 9035. We're looking to move all of that policy, so eliminate this policy and move it all to the next one, which would be 9121. It's duplicative, and we just basically took all of the duplication of this. The highlighted part is what will be moved to the other part or the other policy, because the other policy already has it in there, as explained last meeting. Which will then be 9121 or new updated 9040 Board of Education officers. So I'll have Dr. Brummett put that one up. But these were all presented last time. We didn't really change anything when we went back. We didn't change anything when we went back, sorry. So that will be the updated Board of Education officers, which includes the officer, the actual positions, officers, and the function of the officers. And then the other one would be the 9125 or new policy number 90445, which would be just our attorney one. We simply just changed this and hers to there. Any questions, comments? I don't have a motion, but I can read one. That's okay. Do you want to do them all at once, or? So what we'll do is.
These ones we're just.
Yeah,
talking
I'll
about.
just put, these are just the ones we're
Yeah,
voting on, so
sorry.
I'll do a motion, but to clarify, it will be, move that the Board of Education, remove policy 9102 or 9035, officer and functions of officers, and adopt updated policies 9121/9040, Board of Education officers, and 9125/9045, attorney.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay. And the first numbers you said were the old policy number, new
New policy, yep.
renumbered. Any discussion?
Roll call vote, please.
Mary Beatrice,
Yes.
Yes.
Marissa Lenzi,
Yes.
Timothy Newton,
Yes.
Parati,
Yes.
Brian Skibo,
Yes.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley,
Yes.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously 9-0.
Thanks, guys. We'll bring back the 9-1s. We'll get through. Okay, and then the next topic is just the first ones. These are coming to full board first time. These are in light of some of the conversations we've been having. So first one is the school policy one, our school calendar, because that was one that was talked about as we were talking about the updates to the school calendar. We noticed that it was the language, particularly in the last paragraph, was that it would follow the correct recommended calendar, and we knew that was probably not what was happening. So to update to current practice, we said take into consideration partner educational institution school calendars, noting that we just, not just correct, but there's magnet schools, other things. And we had a great discussion, I think, about some of the things that we already included was already there. Each school month, number of days in school each month, legal and local holidays, staff development days, early closing days, vacation periods, all the things that we were talking about as consideration factors were already in the policy. So that's good, but we did ask that, I think, we have somewhat of a regulation or something to say every X amount of years, 2 years, 5 years, we kind of revisit or refresh, maybe it's a survey, who that survey goes to, kind of what we had at the full board discussion. So a regulation of sorts, we didn't want to necessarily codify that into policy, noting that it may be different circumstances at different times, but just a refreshment or a reconsideration of how often we look at the school calendar. That would be a regulation we recommend. I know Mr. Diaz and I think Teachers Council will consider how that language goes, which we can bring back. But again, we don't vote on regulation, we vote on policy.
Mr. Halloran.
Do we need any verbiage in here that says when the calendar needs to be made public?
So that was good point, but I think one of the things is it depends, right? Like,
It does.
and I've noticed in other school districts there is no policy on school calendar at all. Actually, some, and I know, like for example, my sister's district in Windsor, like they adopted their next year's one in February, I think. So it was quite much later, and they don't do the extra year and that kind of stuff. I would say maybe in a regulation, I would recommend, like it is recommended that we kind of do that. I think our current practice is biased, but I think better than some of the other school districts trying to do like 2 years in advance. Obviously, we endeavor, we do change it from time to time, so I don't want to lock us into a restriction of what would passage be or when it makes it public from a date, but we can, I think that would be
think
definitely
regulation
appropriate for a
guidance.
regulation. Yeah.
It makes sense. I don't want to lock us in either, but at the same point, I don't know if there's a need to codify it into policy.
Yeah.
But just
I
food
think,
for thought.
and as always too, I'd recommend that the regulation be published alongside the policy. So that way anyone can say, you know, hey, like if, 15 years from now, board's not publishing them in I think what we would consider probably a timely fashion, kind of referencing that regulation to say, hey, it's recommended that you do that. Not something that we can have legal liability on, but that could be definitely a reference for best practice.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions on that one? Okay, we can bring that one back to policy, but then bring it back to full board.
Okay, I have a question. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
It says in here that we show graduation date. But as like recently, since COVID, I think, now we are
Reestablished.
able to establish it and it's not on
The calendar?
Yeah. Well, but also like it's not even there. It wouldn't be set prior to like when the calendar is published.
right.
So I don't know if we just want to talk about removing that or say like,
It's funny you mentioned that because I was looking feverishly, and I apologize to the committee members, for the new statute that allowed us to have that permission to set the due date. And I couldn't find it in the CGS. So yeah, we can amend that too. Because I was like, well, we have the power to do so technically under to set that, but I understand what you're saying, like not in the initial school calendar that we publish. It just ends up when we set it.
yeah,
Yeah, that's fine.
like other pertinent dates, like what are those pertinent dates? Like,
I think
I think maybe just.
I think
leave it
other
at
pertinent
that.
dates I would put as like conferences.
Oh, okay. It doesn't say conferences and, yeah. I
Or
mean,
like if
it's
there's like a
early.
school district, like some people have like, district days that are like, Teacher Tuesday would be kind of considered.
Early
Or the
closing.
closing days. But other pertinent dates, like literally, I don't know if there was a school specific one that would be.
Open house. If we knew it, yeah. I think it kind of gets tricky because we want to make sure
I think
that we have
it's
as
I think
much-
it's a catch-all for if there is
Yeah.
something Newington specific.
Yeah, I just want to, like, we should make sure that we have as much information on the calendar as possible. We don't necessarily know when we set it.
Right,
What all
no,
those
that's
days
fair.
are. So yeah, I would just look at that. Thank you.
Thank you for that note. This is why we bring it to full board. Okay, we'll move on to policy 1270, crisis management and school safety plans. Initially, we'd edited these policies and passed it. So this will feed into the other two, the use of physical restraint / exclusionary time and assignments of students to classes. Oh, that was a separate one. So 1270 and then 5144.1. These two are both impacted. So we noticed that in some of these, in the last time we kind of passed them, we kind of combined some of the crisis response teams versus the crisis management team. So the MERT versus some of the crisis response, those are two different things. Wait, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Dyes. Don't let me talk anymore. Thank you.
So these two policies, what these are is these are policies that set a crisis response in a school and how that gets managed, and then a crisis intervention. From our perspective, both as a board, but also as a district, they're two teams of two very different purposes. A crisis response team as part of a school safety and security plan would be in the unfortunate situation if we had a weather-related incident. Unfortunately, a death of a family member of a student, the principal in the building would call together a crisis response team, and that team would put together a response to that crisis, which might include counseling supports for students, being available for other students that may know the family. The way that the policies are both written, conflated language of both crisis response team and crisis intervention team. The state defines a crisis intervention team. That is when there's a crisis with a student in an immediate situation. So for example, if a student was having emotional reaction, if a student was having a need to have a protective hold, for example, the crisis intervention team, which we call PMT teams in the district, they would respond in that to ensure the student's safety, to ensure that the student was, number one, safe themselves, not posing a danger to themselves or others. We have highly trained people that do PMT training every year. Most of that training is de-escalation strategies, how to manage a situation. There also is some hands-on training that happens in the event where they have to protect a student. The way that the policies are both written, it sort of put the board in a position because training is mandated for crisis intervention teams. It is not mandated in crisis response. The way the policy was written and the regulation was written, put the board in a position where anyone on either team had to have training, which is not accurate, and actually put us in training, having trained up to almost, I think it was 45 staff members in that training. So I work with Shipman and Goodwin to ensure that we just have both policies as clear and concise as possible. We absolutely, as a board and a district, will train staff. We are mandated to by the state regulation if they are on a PMT or a crisis intervention team. So what we did in these policies is I work with Shipman and Goodwin to just be as clear and concise as we can in both policies to really separate that out. So we're very clear in the language and the guidance to crisis intervention teams. I know we don't do regulation here at the board, but both policies influence the regulation. So the regulation is now very clear that individuals on crisis intervention teams, which we call PMT teams, do get training from the district. And we do keep a record of that training. Our special education office supports us. We do initial training for a full day for staff on those teams. And then they are yearly mandated to do what we call refresher training. One excellent thing about our district, we have, I think 4 now in-house trainers that actually train our own staff, where some districts actually have to pay to a private group to train their staff. So we've built that up over the last several years. We do in-house training, which is a huge benefit for us to have highly trained people not only do the training, but they serve as a resource in buildings if there is a crisis, if there are questions, if people need retraining. So really the whole goal of these policies was to be as clear as possible and clearly distinguish crisis response versus crisis intervention. And again, in the language are just kind of conflated a little bit. So that's what you'll see in the policy. The strike throughs are just taking language out that may have confused or conflated that language.
Thank you for that explanation. It's very helpful. Any questions on this? Mr. Halloran?
Thank you for that explanation. I think very needed because it affects, could happen tomorrow, right? Just a quick question. If you go up to the first page, paragraph 3, do we need to have, for the school year commencing July 1st, 2024, can we just, obviously it was written before that. Can we just update that? I don't think it's pertinent. And just say each school year, the board should develop, maintain, and implement.
Yeah, I think we might have.
Yep, for our second look as a policy committee, we'll kind of go through a little more with a fine tooth comb and amend some of the language.
Yeah, I can't remember if that was like a policy requirement or not from like state statute standpoint. We did discuss it. I know.
Yeah.
We've discussed it in multiple policies. Yeah, we'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Mr. Diaz, for the very articulate explanation of that distinction. And then the last one was one that came to us via the curriculum committee, reflective of some of, I think it was, I don't know what Kristen was saying. It was maybe this is, 5144 is also feeding in from the changes to the crisis intervention versus
this
crisis
one is
management.
more specific to the crisis intervention team, which is a PMT team in the district. So we took some language out that was about crisis response teams that was in here as well.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, I think
the sharing.
You're moving on to the, oh, there it is, yeah.
5122, yeah.
Wait, sorry, no, the next one. That one they're deleting because
We're not deleting, we're deleting
moving,
parts of
sorry,
it, yeah.
moving.
Now we're looking at
5122, yeah.
Yes. All good. There's only 400 something policies. It's fine. I counted one night. So this was more from curriculum. Really it's specific. I mean, if you look at the original policy strike through, it was quite literally just a paragraph and it just said a student will ordinarily continue in a class with other children of the same age in grades PK through 8. That's not really specific. Or it said a student, my favorite is the last sentence, a student may be placed with a group a year older or more than a year younger only upon approval by the superintendent. So we just didn't think that was necessarily clear or understandable or current practice or anything. So this came from Kristen had some new language and we were good with it. And the only thing that was of question from curriculum, if we scroll down, was just any transferred second semester senior may arrange with their former school. So if they had like come from Glastonbury or something, they can arrange with, and they're a second semester senior, like essentially coming in now, they can arrange to receive their diploma from, and it does happen, but, which we thought was appropriate. So I think this is reflective of current practice, but again, we'll take this back if there's any other questions or comments on that. Other than that, that concludes policy. We are set to have our next one on May 11th, but I may have a conflict coming up. That's news to my committee members. So I will circle back with you guys on that. But yeah, as we make our way through, please email me, Mr. Dias, or anyone in policy if you have any questions. But thanks for another passage, guys. Chugging through.
Yay. Oh, I forgot to mention, our next curriculum committee is May 21st, 6:30, Thursday. Okay, next is a report on professional learning.
Thanks, everyone. So you have the report. This is a yearly report that we do that's required from the state to share with the Board of Education on our professional learning. I just have some highlights. I know you have the report, but a few things I wanted to highlight with you from the 2025-26 school year. So in total, Newington Public Schools, our in-house professional learning exceeds over 500 hours. The actual legal obligation of the state is 18, but we've exceeded a total of 500 hours in-house, but our out-of-district offerings also exceeded about 1,300 hours. Couple things I want to just highlight for you. You do have a full list of all of the in-district professional learning days that teachers have the opportunity to take advantage of, also facilitate. One thing we're very proud of is a lot of the professional learning that you'll see is actually facilitated by our own staff in collaboration with building administrators, department coordinators, school leadership teams, something that we're very proud of. And you have an entire list there of all the in-district learning that has been offered to staff. That happens during our professional development days. That happens during department days as well. They're strategically aligned to our mission and our vision. Some PO offerings, like I said, are between full day, early release. We try to tailor it to individual participant needs. Our PDEC committee, Professional Development and Learning Committee, does surveys throughout the year to help inform our professional learning needs as well. In addition to our certified staff, we also implemented 18 hours of professional learning specific to hourly non-certified employees such as para-educators, tutors, and RBTs. That learning is also offered. Some analysis of both what was actually offered. So if you do analysis of the in-house learning and out-of-district learning, it demonstrates a majority of this session's focused on instructional strategy and leadership with a strong focus on high-impact pedagogical practices and also school-wide systems. A lot of our work this year is working with our committees. We have SEL, discipline, and academic committees at all of our buildings. So a lot of the work has been aligning with our district vision and mission around that. Additional professional learning included holistic supports for students. So a lot of the learning is really geared. This year, we did a rollout of restorative practices. I believe you heard some schools come in, share about restorative. We had a great presentation. That had been one of my first board presentations where we even had peers from the staff on just the impact that they saw. We're very proud of that. So restorative practices, social emotional learning was a huge focus this year for us. And we're seeing that the results across the whole district. Supportive, inclusive environments for learning, how important it is to have positive climate, relationships with students as foundations for learning. And technology and AI, not just to support, modern tools in the classroom, but even teaching our own staff, our teachers, our administrators to improve administrative workflows, teachers to be highly impactful and organized during their day, so it frees up time for teaching. So that was sort of what the learning was around, some topics there. If you go to the second set, that shows you the out-of-district offerings that staff were able to do. There's also a section on our partnership that we've had. We do bring consultants in at times. CERC, we did a partnership with as well. They helped us around special education. We may have, I believe the board may have heard about our co-teaching model that we are moving to. That's also happening at the state level. I've been a part of that work, partnering with CERC at our building and just shoring up our co-teaching model, looking at different ways to deliver services for students, both who have needs in special education and students who might have other needs in learning as well. Improving our overall multi-tiered system of supports. We partnered with CERC on that as well. And then if you look at the out-of-district conferences and workshop attendance, you can see national organizations that some of these conferences as well our staff go to. We've had presentations in the past. I've had the opportunity to present at the National Association of School Principals Conference as well. And just that learning that you can see, staying up to speed, staying on top of the latest in education and, what's out there as far as instructional strategies and bringing that back to the classroom is a huge part of this. So what you see here is a complete list from the school year. I know we do have, a month or so left and still in the school year, 2 months, I should say. So there are still some active things happening, but up to this point, that's kind of just a snapshot of what we've been doing in our district. But proudest, I think, of a lot of that in district is collaborative. It's not just principals and coordinators, teaching and directing our staff. Our staff have a huge part of the learning that happens with their colleagues. So we're very proud of that.
Thank you. Dr. Stanley?
Okay, Mr. Diaz, a question. So we have offers of so much, and this is wonderful, the breadth of things that we offer. What is the requirement for teachers for their annual requirement for hours?
So the annual requirement here, we are supposed to provide up to 18, I believe, is what we
So
have
they have
here.
to do 18 hours?
Yeah, and we provide
so many more options.
So many more. We provide many more options than what the state requirement is.
Okay.
That's on there. Yeah.
Yeah, so just so I'm clarifying, because it's maybe I'm lack of sleep, but we're required to offer 18, but they're required to do 18.
Yeah, per individual teacher. And we go above and beyond just based on the professional learning time that we have.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Mr. Newton?
Are any of those workshops covered by grants or?
Yeah, so some are actually a partnership that we have with CERC when the consultants that we bring in, a lot of it is covered by a grant. Our partnership with GERK, a lot of that comes out of the CHEF grant and the choice grant. Correct. Yep. And there are some, if they fall in line, like our choice grant, we can use some of that to apply to some professional learning as well and consulting.
Ms. Weaver?
Just want to say it's really cool. I had seen, I don't know where, some interviewer, they were like, oh, public schools don't know what to do with AI and all these kinds of things, but it's really great to see. One, I know we've talked about it a lot, and I know I think even presented, jobs impacted by AI and all this stuff. I don't think I can go a meeting without talking about it in my job, and just clearly the presence of it. So to know that, we're tackling this at the education level, both how to, utilizing it to align goal setting, to how to actually teach it, and then teaching the teachers and all these things. It's just great to see debunk maybe some of the myths that are out there about incorporation. I know it's often a nebulous and very scary topic, but I'm glad it's getting addressed. Looks like a lot of good opportunities to learn in very different lenses. So just wanted to say, this is also like 5 pages worth of just like, it could obviously be one-off, conferences or one-off lesson and that kind of stuff, but it's always good to see that our staff is engaged when it comes to kind of what our professional learner is. And I know that is a differentiator too for many districts of when we're trying to attract teachers, how much we offer. So thank you for giving clarity on that.
Just, the type of learning that happens, we work with our administrative team, with our teacher leaders as well on how we deliver professional learning. It's not a stand and deliver model. So the same strategies we apply in the classroom as we think of engagement, how do we engage adult learners, collaboration. We try to build that into the professional learning that we have as well. Because we know adults also learn best in certain ways, just like students. So some of the strategies we use with students, we also use in our professional learning.
Dr. Stanley?
Just one more question. So are there courses that they must do or they can choose from any of these to complete their 18 hours?
So there are building level course. So on our like Tuesday professional learning days, what happens is that like we'll provide professional learning from a building level. Sometimes like when we have district professional learning sessions, they can opt and they can choose on which sessions they want to do. So we have choice sessions. I believe this August when we came back, we gave people options on what they wanted to choose. Most of the PL that's embedded in the learning day, like on a Tuesday professional learning day, is set up for staff and designed by the instructional leadership teams. So they would take those courses. Like this year, for example, the restorative practice training as a district, we wanted to roll that out to ensure that was going to be across the board in all schools to get the same training. But sometimes we can offer choice sessions. Individual buildings can do that. And sometimes at a district level, we'll offer choice sessions as well if there are certain areas of focus that teachers want to look at
Okay,
or get better in.
So mostly they meet the requirements,
The hours,
but
yeah.
the hours based on things that they don't have a choice on. But even though we offer a breadth, there's limited chances that they can take any different opportunities.
The out of district is where that comes in
Yeah.
oftentimes. So if someone sees a course, a conference, CERC's offering something, CREC's offering something, that's where a lot of those opportunities can come in for staff to seek out something they might be working on individually. But we do try to offer some district choice sessions when we have fuller PL days.
Okay.
Yeah.
And correct me, but are a lot of some of the PL days or the trainings offered like things that the building needs to work on or wants to work on? And so there's like that opportunity for maybe a teacher to suggest or recommend a training, but then, and then it can be.
Yeah, so a lot of it is based on feedback. So when we do professional learning, like I'll give you an example at John Wallace, when I was the building leader, our leadership team would look at our student data and we would see maybe discipline data, or we'd look at academic achievement data and we would talk and see where are we seeing the data leading us into the learning that we need to do. So we want to make sure it's purposeful and intentional learning. Restorative practices, for example, coming as a district is in a response to some of the discipline data that we've looked at, and also our understanding of building relationships and how important it is, and a proactive approach to discipline. There could be learning, for example, I think of a department coordinator who may see in their curricula, if there are areas of focus coming out of their data, they might want to target that specifically in their department meeting and work on shoring that up. One thing I'm thinking about is like the BTC work that's been happening in the math department. That's a specific, leverage point when we're seeing engagement in the classroom and how we can bring that in and bring that to staff. And then in those sessions, though they might be set up and sort of planned for staff, there's always that opportunity of the breakout sessions, the questions, the small collaborative groups where they can go deeper in the learning.
Mr. Noonan?
Question, you made me think, when the state mandates 18 hours for the sake of argument, do they say that 5 hours have to be, cover social issues? Does 5 hours have to cover physical interaction with kids? I mean, is the state specific in
I
what
don't think
those?
it's that specific with the topic as long, most of it's aligned to the district vision, mission and goals, the needs of the district there. But based on those needs and based on legislation, for example, like restorative practice training, because there's a state mandate now around restorative practices. So we're going to shift and move with that. If you're thinking about school climate, there's been a lot of, again, legislation driving school climate. So you'll see a lot of professional learning is going to support school climate. Some of the mandates are unfunded. So what we do as a district is most to be polite. So what we do as a district is how are we going to address some of these mandates? We do it through our own professional learning systems. So, school climate, restorative practices, a lot of that has come out of we were doing it and we were working towards those goals prior, but that just kind of gave us more of a focus to kind of move forward in that work direction. Yeah.
Ms. Weaver?
And this is just for clarification. I know we have a lot of mandated trainings on and those don't fall under this category of the 18 professional hours, correct? Like the sexual
Yeah, a lot of
harassment,
those are
domestic, like the
mandated.
you mandated
Yeah,
reporting.
mandated reporting. Those are more from the state level that we have to ensure our employees have to, so
Like those compliance ones.
bloodborne pathogens, those are more compliance trainings.
Not the professional
They do
learning.
fall into, we'll use the overall time we have, like, for example, the beginning of the school year, we will embed some time for that training to be done, but it's not necessarily professional learning. It's more about mandated training that we have to have. You know,
That are-
like, that comes out. Like
That
this
keep
year
coming
there's-
up. Yeah.
Keep coming
okay.
up. There's a new one coming out that we're working on. Last year, there was one on, a very important one on sex trafficking that came out that was mandated that all staff had to do. But that's not necessarily improving practice. It's more of mandated training to ensure compliance and things like that. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you for that report. All right, computer purchase plan.
Okay, this is just an annual notice to the board that we do allow and have allowed since 1995, 96, well before my time, to allow employees to purchase computers and then have it deducted from their paycheck to pay it back. So to date, we've had 382 folks that have taken advantage of that. And here, the chart is included that show you the number of folks by year. You can see it's going downhill a little bit from the very start. But, you know, year to year, we still have a few folks that still take advantage of it. So because it is something that a few employees every year take advantage of, I would recommend the board continue it. There's no vote needed, other than if the board would like to discontinue it. But there's no cost to the board. They're simply allowing us to do an employee deduction. So this is just an FYI, so the board knows it's actually happening.
Ms. Weaver.
Like program is more of a like implies cost. There's no cost and no like formal like
Employee
it's just
pays the cost.
Okay. I mean, even if it's two people or one people, like great.
It varies year to year, but it's shrinking a bit, but we still have a couple.
Shrinking because we're keeping more teachers, I mean, not bringing in as many ones.
Mike's not on.
Perhaps, plus we do provide teachers with work computers, so perhaps they don't invest in a personal one.
Mr. Holleran?
Yeah, just to add to the conversation, Tim did ask, I think the technology's changed. If you bought a computer in 1995, I mean, now you can get a Chromebook for less than $200. So I think that's probably what's driving it. It might not make sense. That's right. So I can understand why it's gone down to, but I don't see any reason to cancel it if it's an option. It doesn't cost us anything and it literally requires very little work.
Dr. Stanley?
So we are essentially giving them a free credit though, right? It's like a free loan because they're not paying any interest on these payments. Okay.
That is correct.
Any further? Thank you for the update. Next is health benefits reserve fund.
Yes, this came up at our last board meeting and there was a bit of confusion relative to the motion. So we have revised it. Lynn, if you wouldn't mind summarizing the memo and where we currently stand in based on your understanding.
We were told that we have a projected $514,175 surplus in the 25-26 health benefits budget, following recalculations made on the fund. I personally am not comfortable with that amount because at the end of the year, everyone has met their HSA deductible for the most part, and it becomes the costs go up significantly in the last 3 months of the year. So I would not bank on this money being there. And when I looked at it, I did a very conservative estimate of a 3% increase, and it would bring it down to around 200,000, possibly, maybe less. So in my mind, I would not use this money until we actually know where we stand by the time the runoff happens in October. And then if we do still have money, we could possibly use it to offset the cost of para benefits. Possibly.
Or reduce our reliance on non-lapsing. So I'm sorry, do we have to do the motion or are we just,
Yeah,
is it just saying that we're not going to do anything until we know what we actually have?
in the past, there's been a motion that acknowledges that we're aware of this situation with the money, but that there's no firm decisions made until you know how much money you have.
So that's what this is saying.
That's what this is saying.
I mean, if we need,
It doesn't.
if we've done it in the past, I think we have, and just for, again, reiterating, for community's sake, we had a couple, like it was like 400,000 one year, and then we've had an MOU with the town on this health benefit credit for many years. And then last year it was negative. So this isn't something, that we can actually rely on, I think, and I think Lynn's point, like, this is something I think the phrasing, don't use it until you actually know what you have, is quite reasonable. So I think that's fine. But I think, I do recall us in years past when we did actually have a positive, we actually had a credit, that we would use a motion of the sorts to be able to just say, we acknowledge that this is credit and we know we will be able to use it. And then it was something with the town as well, the MOU.
We're not proposing an MOU
Maybe
this year, but in the past
yeah.
we have. And again, if it goes to 0 or below 0, we have no
No
liability.
Yep.
If it's got any type of positive balance, then the board can apply it in some way, shape, or form. That would be something that would be discussed at the board table in October.
Move it. I move that the Board of Education defer any budgetary adjustments within the Health Benefits Fund credits until after the town's final cost analysis has been completed in October 2026.
Thank you. Any further discussion or questions? So we're basically voting not to do anything until we know what we have. Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Mary Beatrice?
Yes.
Sean Halloran?
Yes.
Marissa Lindsay?
Yes.
Timothy Newton?
Yes.
Amy Parati?
Yes.
Ryan Skibo?
Yes.
Sam Sharma?
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley?
Yes.
Jessica Weaver?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously 9-0.
Thank you. And at this time, we have public participation on any matter related to board responsibilities. If you're in the room, you can come to the head of the table, and if you're online, you can raise your hands. I'm seeing. Oh. Wait, what happened? Oh,
I lost my projection, but sometimes I just have to reboot.
okay. We didn't lose like the meeting though, right?
I don't believe so. Are we
Okay.
good? All right. I think in
Okay.
the past, I just had to reset it. There it is. It just does that sometimes. It
Okay.
drops.
And Miss Havens has her hand raised. Go ahead, Miss Havens.
Dana Havens, 113 Stoddard Avenue. I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the hard work of our school administrators, our teachers, our staff. Running a school system is not easy, and the people who serve our students deserve our respect and fair compensation. However, I cannot support approving these salary increases for the school administrators at this time. And when salaries and benefits already make up such a large portion of the school budget, these increases add up fast. Eventually, taxpayers are the ones expected to absorb these costs year after year. I think a lot of residents are asking a simple question: where does it stop, and what is actually sustainable? This is not anti-school or anti-education. We all want good schools, and we want people fairly compensated, but this increase is a bit high. I think a more modest increase would make more sense right now, and would show taxpayers that the board understands the financial pressures people are under. I just ask that you keep the bigger picture in mind before approving any increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to participate? He doesn't have his hand raised. We see your face, Matt. Okay. Right, and he's gone.
Oh, he's gone. He's disappeared.
Okay, moving on. So we, before we get to H, I don't see any hand raised. Do you?
No, there's been no,
No hands.
no notice.
Before we move on, I am going to make a motion to convene into a non-meeting for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining strategy with the administrators union. I am making a motion to convene into a non-meeting for the purpose of discussing collective bargaining strategy with the administrators union. It is similar to an executive session, but the reasons for executive session and non-meetings are different. So for the purposes of discussing collective bargaining strategy, it is qualified under a non-meeting. We need a second before we discuss.
Question, do we have to have other bargaining members here, like representatives of the union before we can do that?
No. Mr. Holloran.
And handling it as a non-meeting, that was a recommendation from our legal counsel.
Yes.
Thank you.
We still need a second before we can discuss.
Second.
Thank you. Okay, is there any further discussion? Oh, do we have to make that as part of the motion?
I want to mention.
All right, and further discussion, since we have, we're going to invite in Mr. Diaz and Dr. Brummett as they were a part of the union negotiations. Other questions? Do you want to second my amendment?
Second.
Thank you.
Wait, I had a question.
Go ahead.
We can't vote at this non-meeting, right?
We're not voting at the non-meeting, no. We will reconvene in public to talk about, or to do each 1 and 2. Mr. Newman. Yeah, we have a motion on the table. Yep. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
So to clarify, this is akin to executive session, but it's not because given the parameters of what executive session can be versus not, but given the confidentiality of some of the information or not, we want to be able to, like, if there's personnel kind of conversations, but it's not distinctly a personnel matter or something like that. Am I correct in that
Yes.
assumption, right?
Yes.
So meeting the parameters of a legal meeting status, but giving it that if there's personnel brought up. Does that make sense?
Yeah, contract strategy discussions cannot be in public session. So that is why legal counsel advised us to go into a non-meeting. So no, haven't done this in the past, but this is the recommendation, and it's because there's a lot of discussion that needs to occur relative to
Sensitive nature.
how things have been determined.
But we will not be voting on the contracts.
Nope.
Yeah.
And we can explain the contracts after we have a chance to discuss with the board, but we can't legally discuss with the board until right, about this specific thing. Yeah, so any further? We do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Beatrice?
Yes.
Sean Halloran?
Yes.
Larissa Lenzi?
Yes.
Kenneth Smith?
Yes.
Amy Parati?
Yes.
Ryan Skibo?
Yes.
Sam Sharma?
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley?
Yes.
Jessica Weaver?
Yes.
Motion passed unanimously, 9-0.
Thank you. So we will,
Yeah.
okay.
Now we gotta figure out what.
So you should have oh, okay, there it is.
But he has.
You wanna go again?
4th is adult education. No, 10th, but this is the week you have double, so the 10th we have a meeting right now. We're still waiting on.
We're still
Okay. I was
trying
like,
to
I'm
figure
not-
out
I'm
the
not-
technology.
Okay. Want to make sure I'm not hitting. Was there other meetings or not? But that's a lot. A lot going on this week. That's a double hit for everyone. June 1st is also okay, but we have something that was like Tuesday and Thursday. I just want to be mindful of that.
Okay, we're back in,
Participants.
okay. All right, so we are. Sorry about the technology. Okay, so we are going to contract discussion, possible action on the 81864 non-instructional administrator contract. Do we have?
No.
What? Not recording?
I'm not, I know my computer isn't up now.
It says, it's not saying.
Maybe that's your problem, it's recording it down.
Yeah, it's showing.
I
It's
never
recording.
stopped the recording. I mean, yes, no, I didn't, because
Yeah.
we put the screen.
It's not, it's recording.
It's still recording. We're fine. Yeah. Okay.
Make sure we're recording.
Is there a motion, anyone?
Move to approve the agreement between the Board of Education of the Town of Newington and the local 818-64 of Council Number 4 ASME if LCIO non-instructional administrators initial collective bargaining agreement effective upon signing and continuing through June 30th, 2030.
Second.
Thank you. Motion a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Weaver?
So I just want to be clear about what this is. This is for the 085 group. This is for the 4 individuals, correct? That don't really have, so we went through all the comps. I think what's important to note about this and the next one are that should these be voted down, these would automatically go to binding arbitration. And per the comparables that were shared and I think can be shared after this, they are below the median. So it is likely that given that this was negotiated in good faith by the parties, and that this was then comparables were used that we show us lower, the likelihood is that we would lose. So ultimately, it would be at minimum $50,000 per arbitration, and then paying part of the arbitration fee and legal fees, and then ultimately likely the same result. So I think that's just an important note that, and these have to be approved, and if they were not approved by the effective date, June 30th, then that would be seen as a delay in, what is it, delay in process?
Yes.
Procedural missteps.
A procedural misstep, okay, which would then give more fodder to their side in the arbitration. And I think given the state of arbitration, how it looks at these collective bargaining agreements is likely to favor the unions. But I think what's important is to share the comps that were found, which I know we have, but there's no apples to apples, I think, for this one, just given many other districts don't have like a food services director. They contract out to like different ones. So I think that one's a harder one. But this is for the 4% increase for each year. Sorry.
Mr. Halloran?
Yeah, just to add what Ms. Weaver was saying too. My opinion is that these contracts were negotiated, or the negotiations began over a year ago in good faith, using comparable data, hard data, and failing to approve and adopt the new contracts would result in automatic arbitration because of a procedural misstep. But arbitration would get the same data that these contracts were based on. So they would very likely arrive to the same conclusion that these contracts, which has been agreed upon by both parties, already know, except now we're adding a lot of time and a lot of money to fight a contract that we negotiated in good faith that will ultimately get ratified anyways through arbitration, because they're going to be using the same comparable data as the school districts around us.
Lynn, did you have something to clarify?
The recommended motion needs to be corrected because this is not the initial contract. It is their second contract.
Oh,
That's the initial.
it does say initial.
I amend my motion to strike initial from the original motion.
You second.
Can I get a
your
second?
Modification. Well,
I already
He-
seconded it, didn't I?
you have to second her modification.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do you second it?
Sure. Second, I thought Tim.
He seconded it, so he has to second. Yes, he has to correct it.
Thank you. I,
Oh.
yes, strike initial from collective.
No, I did it. Just
Oh,
second.
second, your motion. I get it, because we're. Thank you. It's like.
Okay, go ahead.
I also just want to know, I asked too if there was opportunity to renegotiate, and it is that if we wrote this down, that there is no opportunity to renegotiate because it's already been negotiated, and it would go to binding arbitration. So the point of wanting to get it to a lower point, if there's desire to do that, is either binding arbitration or passage. And I'm not saying that's the right answer. I'm just saying that's how these contracts go. So I just want to put that as a point of clarification. Thank you.
Mr. Sharma, did you have a?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like just, I'm looking at the data and then the legal counsel we got. I mean, if we vote this down, it's gonna go to arbitration and we're gonna lose. So, and it's gonna cost us $50,000. So that's my opinion.
Dr. Stanley?
I think this just highlights, or what good faith means in contract negotiations. How can we honestly say this was in good faith when we don't have representation of the board? And I think this is a process that needs to change. Neither party was invited to these arbitrations. It's not historically done that way, apparently, in Newington. But this is a process that we absolutely need to readdress because I don't think that this is truly in good faith for our taxpayers. Also, like for the non-instructional administrators, I would suggest that the salaries remain flexible based on market conditions. I don't agree with placing a minimum on there. I think it should be based on, comparable in the market that's competitively for their compensation. And at the same time, I think we need more reasonable caps. We are just increasing the maximum wage based on these never-ending salary increases. And I don't think that our fixed income taxpayers can continue to afford this. And I would encourage considering something like $160,000 for an IT director for a maximum and $140,000 for other non-instructional directors. And for a non-director, I would even suggest a lower cap if they don't have the appropriate qualifications, such as a supervisor of transportation.
Mr. Newton?
I can't support this regardless of the issues mentioned. There was no minority representation or majority representation involved in any of these, and it hasn't been in the past, and it should be going forward. If there is not representation, I do not understand the financials. I cannot support something I don't know.
Ms. Weaver?
And I just want to say, I think,
Sorry, go ahead.
oh, sorry, Mary. And also I think what's important is the comps that were used in the negotiations. They're using Berlin, Weathersfield, Cromwell, Rocky Hill, West Hartford, and Farmington, Southington. So similar to our geographic area, someone in our DIRG and those kinds of things, I would say what anyone compares to our other school districts, and we're below all of them when it comes to like salary, not necessarily like this one doesn't have, again, the apples to apples comparison. But I think what's important is noting that those comps are what's being used, and that's what unions are going to use, and then that's what lawyers are going to use, and that's what arbitrators are going to use. So that is like the context in which we have to then negotiate in. And I'm saying just the district.
Ms. Petras?
I just take a quick moment, just to remind everybody though, that decisions were made, based on data, and it was data driven. The data doesn't lie. The data is what it is. And that we respect the different voices that we hear. But we need to make sure that we are making our district a district that professionals want to come to and want to stay with. And that's what enhances our students' educational experience. We value that. There's value in that. And we want to make sure that decisions that we make convey that message. They're not based on emotion, they're based on data and the actual hard numbers.
Sorry, one more time. I forgot. I also want to just say that I think there's a lot of questions or comments around like the fiscal responsibility of this. And it's a question of I don't think it's as fiscally responsible to vote down the contract to then send it to binding arbitration where we are likely, very, very likely to lose and then ultimately pay $50,000 at minimum more. I think that is not the responsible thing to do. So that's also of my thought process in voting for this.
Mr. Newton.
It's 11 o'clock. I'm tired of going back and forth. Can we vote?
Okay, I won't say anything then. You can call the
Yes.
question or, yeah. Roll call vote, please.
Mary Beatrice,
Yes.
Allen,
Yes.
Marissa London,
No.
Timothy Newton,
No.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Brian Skibo,
No.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley,
No.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-4.
Thank you. Next motion. We have the NASA administrators.
I move to approve the agreement between the Board of Education of the Town of Newington and the NASA Collective Bargaining Agreement effective upon signing and continuing through June 30th, 2030.
Second.
Motion and second. Is there any discussion? I'll just say that this one was very clear, with the comps and the salaries. Our administrators are at the very low end of compensation. And for a district that highly supports and respects all of the people in the school district, I do believe that this contract was done in good faith and it was fair. The 092 is a shortage area in the state of Connecticut. So if these administrators or these people that are working with our children don't feel like they're being compensated fairly, they're able to go to another district and the next town over and get significantly more compensation. We're lucky that they're here and we're lucky that we have them, but we should be treating them fairly in their compensation as well as everything else that we do to support them. And we can talk about the process for which these contracts were negotiated, but the decision was made over a year ago to do so without lawyers and without the huge process that, say, for example, our teacher contract negotiation goes through due to the size and the number of people impacted. So I still stand by the decision but we can have a conversation about it. And I believe and I trust in our administration team who are not part of unions, they're not unionized, but I believed in their ability to do the contract negotiations along with our lawyers and the union's lawyers effectively. And I will also just say that the timelines, they started a year ago, but there was a lot of back and forth and discussion that occurred. And so it's not that we waited until, like, I know this is probably going to come up, but like we didn't wait until the budget was done to talk about it. We didn't wait until, we waited until they were ready. And the other one we had, obviously it came up previously in discussions while the budget was still open. But with this NASA one specifically, there was some language that was being revised back and forth that we're waiting on. So it's not that we're like, oh, here, we have to actually approve this or otherwise we're going to go to arbitration. If this was done correctly and the way that it needed to be done with the proper language. The salary piece of it was not holding it up because the salary portion of it is, again, using data and using the comps for the same positions in other districts.
Final comment too. So trigger point is not the timing of this, it's the actual that it was negotiated would then trigger the arbitration, correct?
Yes. If we
voted it down. Second, this was baked into the budget assumption, so this will not increase the budget, neither of them. This was on, if we remember like this chart it had the different salary and contractual obligations. The numbers are accurate to the assumptions of these negotiated contracts, so this will not impact what we had passed as a budget.
Dr. Stanley?
Thanks. Sorry, I know it's late. So I think overall, the Republicans and that we represent require us to emphasize the need for stronger auditing and meaningful cost containment. I think all of our residents are asking us to do this as well. Our current estimates for our contract obligations for this year will add 5.5 million. I can't imagine what it continues to add in another 4 years if we don't negotiate these contracts better. Notably, so it's 5.5 increase for our contract obligations to our budget, but our operational budget is only increasing by 5.2 million. That is shocking to me. If salary increases are not reduced, then what will we have to cut to make up the difference? Will it be our transportation? Will it be IT? Will it be athletics? Will it be employee benefits? We're not doing para benefits that I know of yet because we can't afford it because of the cuts. Or will we have to reduce our staffing? Will the burden shift to our town, forcing cuts in essential services like road maintenance, snow removal, trash collection, and emergency services? The town budget is already lean and cannot support further withdrawals from the general fund. Without serious cost control, residents will bear the burden of these higher taxes, making Newington less affordable for everybody. We also know that ARPA funding was only temporary, and many districts are now facing a multi-million-dollar deficit as it expires. This makes disciplined budgeting essential for us. Contract negotiations are just the beginning of a broader need for long-term fiscal responsibility. I know these contracts are a small part, 800,000 K. It's already built into our budget. Seems like a no-brainer, right? But every little dollar counts. This is not just a small part in the scheme of things. For perspective, Social Security increased by 2.8%. State employees received an annual raise of 2.5% over 3 years, many earning far less than 6 figures, and so this percentage increase is not as impactful. In this context, a proposed increase of 4 to 5% for these directors and administrators are difficult to justify. While some districts struggle with staffing, Newington does not appear to have a widespread recruitment or retention issues. Feedback on our district is generally positive, with concerns mainly focused on paraprofessional benefits, which we cannot afford. Turnover data supports this, showing limited issues outside of paraeducators. If we do not take a more disciplined approach now, we will risk setting a costly precedent ahead in the future for teacher union negotiations. I recommend that we start considering a 3-year contracts instead of 4, which is more consistent with other Connecticut municipalities. Given current financial uncertainty, a 4-year commitment is not prudent. Based on my assessment of the comparisons, I would disagree. I think that these directors and administrators are already competitively compensated. I recommend that we limit our annual increases to 2.5%. Finally, the Board of Ed should allow adequate time for thorough salary benchmarking and ensure that minority party representation throughout the negotiating process is happening.
Thank you. I'll just reiterate that the compensation numbers come directly from our lawyers and I looked up, yeah, which is directly from other contracts. I also looked up a couple while we were meeting earlier and saw exactly the same numbers that they presented. So I respectfully disagree that they were wrong. And also I will also say that we cannot just say 2.5%. That's not how this works. It uses actual real data in real time with the information that we know of as contracts are negotiated. I think the process of what you're saying and having minority representation is a discussion that we can have in the future. And again, I own that decision of allowing the contract negotiation to happen without the representation, again, to save money, because these are the smaller contracts. The teacher contract will have minority and majority representation. Also, I don't personally see this as a political issue, even though it seems like it's becoming that way, because this is a school system and we have to fund the school system. And part of the system are these people that are represented with us in this union. And I personally understand that there are people in this town that are on fixed income, but I also understand the importance of investing in our education system and the people that are teaching our children every single day. And I just can't put a price on it personally. And that's my opinion. And that's how I will be voting. And everybody is welcome to vote their opinions. Go ahead.
Sorry, just two sentences. So historically, we have negotiated 2.5% increases for these kind of positions. And other districts are negotiating 2.5 or 3% on their next contracts or their current contracts. So I don't think the 2.5% is an unreasonable, just came out of thin air. It was based on reviewing other contracts.
Mr. Halloran.
Yeah, I know it's late and we want to get on with the vote too. I just want to reiterate a couple things, just to clear up any assumptions. This was negotiated properly, this contract. It was vetted by our legal counsel. It is a fair rate, it's comparable. And while you're looking at other towns that might be doing an annual increase or not an annual, but a contractual increase of 2.5, that's because they were already well above where we were. So part of what we have to do is catch up and then maintain. So it's not just saying compare percentage to percentage. When we're looking at a market value, we have to look at the dollar amount. And essentially, we were well below, we were underpaying for the value that would be provided somewhere else. So that's not really a good comparison. This is a good contract. It is a fair contract. It's a contract that's gone back and forth. Wording has changed, but the data susses it out. I understand that maybe I didn't know about this contract. I wasn't involved with the negotiations. We could have, delegated it to the people who are good with contracts. But looking at it, it is a fair contract. And I don't want to have the public come away and say like, this was a terrible contract or negotiation. I can't believe we have to do this. It is a good contract. It is a fair contract. It's actually, if I'm looking at it as an arbitrator, we might be getting a deal because of where we have to meet with our comparables. I don't understand personally why there's such an issue with the contracts themselves. What's wrong with it? Where do you see fault? Because I can't find any. I'm just going to leave it there. And I suggest my opinion is, unless we have merit on the actual body of the contract itself, the issue with these contracts, then we're voting on principle, not fact. I think that we need to separate those two. We are voting on this contract, not by party lines. We're voting on, is this fair? Is this right? And at the end of the day, is this where we're going to end up? And if it is, why are we going to throw a bunch of legal fees on top of it? And I think that that is damaging to, as Jessica said, that's being physically irresponsible. We know we're physically irresponsible. It's late too. Physically irresponsible because we know that is literally throwing money out the window. We had the time to make sure that the contract was negotiated fairly to get it to this place. We have the contract. We agreed with it. And now all of a sudden we're going to say, nah, I don't like that contract. That doesn't make any sense to me because I can't find a flaw in it. It looks fair and it looks better than we probably would get from arbitration. That's it.
Mr. Newton.
I'm going to say it one more time. Can we vote? Because if the four minorities walk out of this room, there'll be no vote.
Call the question.
Mary Beatrice,
Yes.
John Halloran,
Yes.
Celency,
No.
Timothy Newton,
No.
Amy Parati,
Yes.
Brian Skiba,
We're going no.
Sam Sharma,
Yes.
Dr. Gail Stanley,
No.
Jessica Weaver.
Yes.
The motion passes 5-4.
Thank you. Roxbury board members.
I know we're all tired. I just want to say, despite it being political lines, I think we all still, don't worry, I'm going to go to a wedding with Tim. I know, there's no hate. Exactly. Thank you. Just clarifying, state employees, I am one, and we get 2% and a 2.5%. So we get the 2% COLA too. So it's 4.5%. But you get the 2.5. So I get 4.5%, which would be 5,544, which is 4.5%, which is what they got. So it's the same as what I'm getting. Just want to clarify, policy meeting we did in our tech, why it took so long in executive session, fun tech issues. We did clarify policy will be June 1st at 6:30. So sorry, everyone, but just wanted to clarify that. And congratulations again just want to end on a positive note. Congratulations to our mentees, admins, and then, of course, our student reps that are doing wonderful things. And then thank you for bringing the Ed Rising program. I think it's wonderful. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Motion second, any discussion? All in favor? Meeting adjourned, 11:14.